ways. That took fucking forever! Oh, wow. Hi, everybody. I feel like I'm kind of weird. I feel like I'm like 2 feet to the left today. What the heck? Had to fly back to Japan to get a few pixie moves? Yep, exactly. Gotta make sure I have the full story for the pit crew. The full scoop. All the hard work will be worthwhile. I mean, I don't know why it took me so damn long. Honestly, it's the ADHD. Thank you for the welcome back. Oh yeah, woo! I just came back from Japan. I mean, I had 2 weeks there, but then I flew back to get some more pics, and now I'm back again. Hi, everybody. My name is Ashley Martin. I'm the Roller Race Screen VTuber on Twitch.tv, and my start screens are not usually 20 minutes long. Whoa, I feel weird today. What the heck? Maybe I forgot how to stream in Japan? Oh, Loki. I mean, I love streaming, but Loki kind of worth it because it was really awesome and you guys gotta go there. The pilgrimage. She even baked in the 500 tangents. That's my race queen. I'm actually worried that the presentation will like streamline me too much because I do intend on having a hand cam stream, a second stream, actually my third Japan stream if you are counting. Excuse me. That was all the energy I chugged. You're right. There's no way you can escape your tangents. I don't know. I feel like having a presentation will make me go like, yep, this one is this and this one is this, and then that was all I did that day. I only took 3 pictures, so I guess I didn't do anything that day. How bizarre. Bootube Studio. You know what it is? It's because I'm jet lagged. I wasn't even that jet lagged in Japan. Okay, I was jet lagged in Japan, which was awful because I had to work the second week. I was there for 2 weeks, and last Sunday, not this past Sunday, but the Sunday before that, is when I came home for the first time, of course, because I went back to get more pictures. That's when I came back, and it felt like fucking hard getting a handle on things. Part of it is actually the racetrack, because it's all of a sudden super busy. It's like they can detect whenever I want to have a stream. They're like, actually, we're gonna give you so much work that you need to finish today that you're gonna work for an hour and a half after, and you won't be able to finish your PowerPoint in time because you've been putting the PowerPoint off because you have super ADHD and can't focus. You have the weight that's just reminded me of that other thing, ADHD. Yeah. To get like a full story, I'm like telling every single story from Japan all at once, and to get the full story you have to watch the entire stream. It's not like tiny anecdote starts and finishes, another tiny anecdote starts and finishes, another tiny story starts and finishes. It's like they all start at once and they all end at once, and it takes 3 hours to tell them all at once. Exactly, it's non-linear storytelling. Keep you guys on your feet. Actually, Sully, are you quoting my last stream? Because last stream I was like, you guys, this is why Interstellar was so... I watched Interstellar on my flight home after like non-stop glazing. Granted, a lot of the glazing was happening on TikTok. So, you can imagine that the the critical thought ability and like... What's the right way to phrase this? Tarantino type P. What's the right way to phrase this? Like, not critical thought, but like ability to analyze media. You can imagine that it's like not the highest on TikTok. And so I saw this because it was the 10-year anniversary of when Interstellar came out. I saw all these posts about it, and I gotta admit it's got some beautiful cinematography, but I watched it on my flight back, which is also a really interesting thing to watch on an airplane flight, because space. Yeah, I guess film literacy, media literacy, it's not, I mean, there isn't really that much to Interstellar to be like literate about though. But anyway, yeah, I was like, actually, I find this quite simple, to be honest with you. Non-linear storytelling. Although I guess Interstellar, of all the Christopher Nolan movies, Interstellar isn't the most like heavy on the non-linear storytelling. But I handled Inception with ease, so I think I could handle Tenet quite shrimply. Just saying. But yes, that is the topic for today's stream. I gotta be official with it. Oh, and I guess while I'm announcing stuff officially, like, today's stream is the official picture showing stream in PowerPoint format. I actually had like this epic idea of like, I'll put it in a PowerPoint and I'll have bullet points and it'll be an awesome fleshed out PowerPoint. How many slides do I have? I have 114 slides. Oh, wait. You know, I was sort of like getting on myself. Also, Soupy VT and burnt cheese on toast. Thank you for following the Pit Crew. Welcome. I was kind of getting on myself, like, it took so long to do such a simple task. But 114 slides is kind of a lot. I hope we finish this today because I'd really like for this to be its own self-contained stream, and then for my hand cam to be its own self-contained stream. I can't like finish this one early and then start the hand cam because I have a lot to fucking show you guys on the hand cam. 114, holy. Yeah, I was sort of like, why is it taking me so long to make this? And I didn't really look at the count until just now. And it just ends too. There's no like, and that was my trip to Japan. Heart, the end. It's just like the final picture that I took in a Don Quixote. Also, I have a question. I'm not sure Sorry Mama can answer this. Also, hi Sorry Mama. I'm not sure Sorry Mama can answer this, but I've talked before about how like you can tell by the way that a person types like how old they are if they're a boomer on the internet. So like if you use www when you're typing in Japanese to stand for like wada wada wada, that's like really dates you, makes you look like a boomer on the internet. And even Kusa, I think, is sort of outdated. Yeah, like that, like Nico Nico video style. You know what'd be so cool? If I had like a... Oh wait, I should thank and say hi to everybody and Grass all of a sudden. If you say Kusa, I think what it is that people can tell that you're like a huge fucking otaku. So it's like, fucking otaku. Just say LOL like a normal person. Freak! Ors. I say ors so much. You know what I say though? Which is a transliteration of www from like old anime. I think it was used a lot in like do-ra-ra-ra and stuff. Lol 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 lol. Not like LAWL, but like LOLOLOLOLOL. I love to say LOLOLOLOL, and that one really dates me actually. La 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 la. Whoa! I just choked on my own spit. Alright, I'm gonna say my hellos and then thank all my subscribers. Whoa, wait a second. Oh, wait, that's also why I took a little bit of time off last week. Beyond the fact that I was insanely jet lagged, I didn't finish that. Fuck! The ADHD! I didn't finish that thought. Last week, I was a little jet lagged for the worst week in Japan, and then right as I was like, woohoo! I'm ready to go, let's party! And then I had to work in the nights because I also didn't tell the racetrack, like, hey, I'm traveling, can I just work different times? Even though it's a worldwide company racetrack. Like, there are people that work in Asia. I could have just said, like, I'm gonna be on Asia time for 1 week, sorry. And they probably would have been like, okay, cool, whatever. And I just didn't. And so I decided, yeah, it's fine, I'll work from 11 to 8 a.m. Yeah, just like a pro tip, don't do that. You might think you could do that. Don't do it. Have we weren't doing any work on ITAR materials? Well, I don't know what that is, so probably not. But like I said, there are people that work overseas, so I was like, this will be fine. It's only a week, and if I budget my time well enough, then I can do it. You know, it's like, have fun in the afternoon because things in Japan don't even open until 11 a.m. Take a little nappy nap, a little nappy poo before work, and then work for 8 hours in the middle of the night, and then take another little nappy poo. That never fucking happened. I never got back to my hotel in time to be able to like close my eyes before my work started. You are not that guy. You are not. All right, let me do my hellos. Alright. Oh, but yeah, then again, back to the other thought that I had, because I was choking on my spit just now. I yapped for 5 hours straight. That was the most I had talked in like weeks, because I just, you don't really get to talk to a lot of people in Japan, okay? I was actually lamenting over that. I'm a yapper. I'm like, am I an extrovert, you guys? Because I don't think I'm an extrovert, but I like to have like interactions with people. I actually had an interaction with somebody in Japan, but my Japanese was so bad that I actually told them I hate talking to people. They were like asking me to take a picture, which is a rarity. I was like, oh my god, somebody's asking, like, a Japanese person's like asking a stranger to do something. Oh my god! And then I was like, I actually love talking to people on the street. So like, I love to do this sort of thing. Like, I love to talk to strangers and have like small talk. And I told them, like, I hate it. And they were like, oh, come on this side. And I was like, wait, I messed up. You're saying sorry, so I messed up somewhere. And then I had to be like, yeah, what the, Nihongo Josu janai, gomennasai, ski. And I remember IDK. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. Maybe, I think I'm extroverted in the scale of, like, weebs. But skeet. Ah, skeet, motherfucker. You're getting me off topic. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna ignore Chab. No more vamping. And I'm gonna do my hello redeem. So if you want a hello from Ashley the Barton, redeem hello for 1 cheese wheel. I'm nibbling on your cheeses. Maybe I shouldn't do that though. You know what? I have talked about this before, but I have been seeing recipes for the Anthony Bourdain sandwich. You know Anthony Bourdain. You gotta know Anthony Bourdain. Rest in peace. I have a high opinion of Anthony Bourdain. And he had detailed before his favorite like drunk sandwich to make. I forget the context of it. But basically like an easy sandwich, you just make it with shit in your fridge. Like Kaiser roll or sourdough bread. Mayo on one side, Dijon on the other, and then mortadella. Jesus, I really need to stop drinking energy drinks because it keeps making me burp. I've been burping so many times these past couple streams. So annoying. Anyway, mortadella that you like fry in the pan for a little and then put a piece of provolone on. Dude, holy fuck! It has been tearing up my stomach. I don't know if it's the provolone or if it's the mortadella. I think it's probably the mortadella, if anything. But like, it has hurt my stomach. That's the reason why I didn't stream yesterday, you guys. It hurt my stomach so bad. And I posted that picture on Twitter, and everyone was like, a sandwich. And it tasted good at the moment. It didn't taste that good. Let me be honest with you. It didn't taste that good. It was like a normal home sandwich. The potato salad I thought was a lot better. But oh my god, it fucking hurt my stomach. It's the packed up mortadella meat, maybe. Now I know what you guys are gonna say, and I'm not doing this like ditzy, like, oh, it's probably this obvious thing that's gonna make me sick, but I swear that this doesn't usually make me sick. The mortadella did have an expiration date of September, but it was packaged. It wasn't just like mortadella from like a deli counter. It was packaged in plastic packaging. And it didn't smell funny, it wasn't slimy, and it may have had spots. But because mortadella. It wasn't bad though. It's a suggestion. That's a little old, but it's packaged in cured meat, right? It seemed fine. I still don't trust like that though. But yeah, it really fucked my stomach up yesterday, and I was like in a lot of pain last night. I was thinking like it's either the old meat that I ate, or it's like all the Japanese food has finally moved through my system, and I was having like I had a long idle meeting yesterday. Let's just put it that way. And why did you eat it? Because it seemed fine. And then because I had like left a half of a package of mortadella, I was like, I can make one more sandwich if it's really that good. And I've been trying not to order anything with the order apps because I may not have had any groceries when I got back from Japan, but I sure as fuck could not afford to buy anything because I spent so much money in Japan. So I was like, I'm not going to order anything. I'm going to work with what I got in my fridge, and it just so happened to be the old mortadella and provolone cheese. Pain is probably an ulcer if it was in the stomach section. This is really gross. Maybe I shouldn't say it actually. This is pretty gross. It's okay. It's not that gross. Well, I don't know. You guys be the judges. I have this problem where like food doesn't seem to digest that fast. And sometimes when I orp a little, it feels like I'm about to like throw up. Can anyone diagnose me? Are there any doctors? Help! You have a slow metabolism? Is that what that is? Ulcer? You're not gonna fucking give me the hypochondriac. You're not gonna convince me I have an ulcer. I don't have any other symptoms of an ulcer. What are the symptoms of an ulcer? Acid reflux, surely? Is that what acid reflux is? I thought it was just when it like tickled your throat. I guess it kind of is doing that. Is that what acid reflux is? Am I getting old? Yep, it's autism. Is that what acid reflux is? I thought it would like acid reflux was when it like hurt and stuff and made you burp a lot. It doesn't make me burp a lot. It's just that when I do burp, it feels like I'm gonna throw up. 2 months to live. Ah! What if you guys are joking about that and that was actually real? What if you guys were joking about like smoothing the air from my flight, from my plane, and then those other pit crew members were like sending the stickers of the chinchillas bouncing around going like, I'm messing up the air, I'm not smoothing the air, I'm messing it up, and then my plane crashed. You'd never forget that. An ulcer can cause irritation and inflammation that causes slow digestion. I had that. Omeprazole 20 milligrams for a year fixed me up. Let's see. Ulcer symptoms. Ulcer symptoms. I actually had ulcers in college, but they were in my mouth and they were from stress. I used to get really stressed out about exams. Dull or burning stomach pain. Feeling of fullness or bloating. Belching? Heartburn? I don't know what that feels like. Nausea? I don't know. I have like half of these. Feeling full after eating a small amount? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I don't know. My bad for fucking up the air that time. Yeah, it was your fault coming back. You know what? This probably is some Russian shit. They're probably like aiming fans at the sky. Doing eco-terrorism. Fucking up the air above Russia. You cannot fly over Russia. That was where it was bumpiest on my flights. Anyway, now I'm actually gonna say... You don't ever have to eat... So you don't ever eat. You have like 2 cookies for dinner. That's enough for you? Wait! How'd you know? I microwaved 2 cookies today. You know what I do? When you fly over the Pacific... Okay, you fly really close to Russia. But that's where it gets bumpiest. When you leave Alaska and then you start going over the ocean right next to Russia down into Japan... Because this was so crazy, this was about the flights. I never thought about it until I was like looking at my flight and going like, what the heck? And then once I saw it on the globe in the in-screen TV, in the in-seat TV on my flight, I was like, whoa, holy shit. It's straight. It's a straight shot from the Midwest to Japan. If you go up and over, like into Canada, into Alaska, and then next to Russia, and then down to Japan, it looks like a little loop when it's on a flat map, on like on a sphere. It's straight. It's a straight shot. It's crazy. Whoa, science. Geometry. Y'all need to look at a globe. What do you mean? I was looking at a globe and I was expressing appreciation of it. How cool. It's called the curvature of the earth. It's just easy to forget. It's also easy to forget like the size of countries because of the way that the earth is flattened, you know? Like the size of Australia compared to America. That bitch is huge. The symptoms can vary wildly if it's an inflamed ulcer or a peptic ulcer. The latter is easier. They just stick the inspection camera into your stomach and cauterize it while you're knocked out. Outpatient, even not gross at all. You don't feel it. Maybe I should talk to my... Oh. Do I have a doctor anymore? Yeah, I'll put that get one in the list. Actually, I think now that we're talking about this, I had a list of like things I wanted to bring up to my doctor, and then I always get too nervous because she's like so go 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 whenever I would talk to her. Where was it? Here we go. Food undigested hours later. Alcohol really irritates my stomach, and I throw up easily. Bloating. Wait, these are all symptoms of an ulcer. These are all symptoms of the ulcer that I just looked up. Except for the cracking my sternum and my devil horn. And my deviated septum. What if your appendix grew back an advantage? Oh, speaking of my appendix, you know what happened today? Mom Martin called me today and she was like, Ashton, guess what? Because it just came in the mail, and I was like, fuck, like trying to finish my work today, and I was like, what? She's like, the bill for your appendectomy, guess how much it costs? And I was like, I don't know, hopefully like not more than a couple $100s. And she was like, no, like what the insurance charged the hospital. I was like, I have no idea what she's talking about. And then I was like, I don't know, $500, like, I don't know. I wasn't actually aware of the question she was asking. It costs $50,000. My insurance charged the hospital $50,000 to perform my surgery, and I only had to pay $300 of it. Insane. It's almost like you're American. How'd you know? Alright. I wasn't really expecting to fucking yap about not Japan on this stream, but it's my own fault. I need to urp again. All this talk of ulcers and acid reflux is giving me acid reflux. I'm a hypochondriac. You guys need to stop talking about it. Ah! At that point, you should have done the surgery yourself. Well, I didn't need to pay that shit. That's just what they charged the hospital. Oh no, the hospital charged my... Especially since I had an appendectomy. Pfft, I'm fine. Although, oh man, this is like the perfect storm, isn't it? Hot girls all have tummy problems, okay? This just verifies my status. Apparently the well, I don't know why I said it like that. It's because it's appendix, but appendectomy. It's hard to keep it straight. Apparently the appendix does do something. It has helpful bacteria to aid in digestion, which is a really cool thing to lose as somebody that already seems to struggle with that. Let's talk about how that stuff just magically resolved itself, so she hypochondriacs that. Yeah, that's what happened to my fear of flying. Actually, I was a bit afraid on my flight back, which had no fucking internet, which sucked. I don't know if I told this last stream or if I told it during the voice chat in the Discord last night, which you can join if you're interested in joining the Pit Group Paddock. That's where we hang out when we're off stream. And whenever I cancel a stream and I feel guilty about it, I'll join the voice chat and diddle around for a couple hours. It's pretty fun still, though. Most of the time, it's like playing Binding of Isaac as a group. But anyway, yeah, there was no Wi-Fi on the flight back. And when I asked like 3 hours in, I asked when they were passing out the snack or the food. Maybe, I think it was actually just during like the first meal. So it was like an hour and a half in. I was like, hey, is the internet down? Because usually on the in-seat screen, it'll say like when the Wi-Fi is down, and it was saying Wi-Fi was available, but we were going over some like bouncy storm, so the plane was going crazy, and you know, apparently also, fun fact, there's no connection, there's no radio over the ocean, which I know like makes sense because there's nothing in the ocean to send radio waves or receive radio waves, but it's just scary that there's like dead zones for pilots. And you can contact the internet with like satellites in space, but apparently you just like get your route when you're above land, and the moment you're above the ocean, they're just like, good luck. Make sure you follow that, and they waggle your finger. But anyway, I asked, like, is the Wi-Fi down? And she was like, what do you need it for? I don't know. I just kind of wanted it. I don't know. And I said, well, I'm just trying to connect to it, and I've had a lot of trouble connecting to it, and I'm just wondering whether I should give up. Which is actually a really good diversion. I didn't break down and go like, cause I'm scared. Which I usually do to flight attendants. I'll get up and be like, just so you know. I'm like the fucking Joker with my little card. I should print it out and laminate it next time. I usually go up to flight attendants and I'm like, I have a fear of flying and I'm actually scared of even the slightest turbulence. And logically, I know that we won't follow the sky. However, I'm just an anxious person. And if you could reassure me right now that we are not going to die, I'd really appreciate that. And some flight attendants are really nice about it. And some are very sassy. And this woman, I'm glad that I didn't like break down and go about it because she was very sassy about the Wi-Fi thing. She was like, do you need it for something? And it was like, yeah, then fucking browse the internet. I'm bored, lady. This is a 13-hour flight. But anyway, you should have been like, I have extremely important work to do and see what she would have said. I'm sure she would have been like, you probably shouldn't have banked on doing that important work on a fucking airplane. Because it's never not a possibility that the Wi-Fi is out. But it does always depress me. Don't they want my money? I mean, I wouldn't have given them any. I wouldn't have given them any. Did I say that sentence right? Because I have a free Wi-Fi with my phone number. Also, fanboy Thigh Lover, thank you for volunteering the pit crew. Welcome. Anyway, she was like, no, we've been going over storms, so we're like having connectivity issues. Some people in the front are connected, which is code for like, yeah, you're broke ass, can't afford it. Lol. Yeah, the first class can connect. Yeah, I'm never fucking getting on that Wi-Fi. But luckily I fell asleep, which usually I can't do when I'm too anxious. But I think that these flights really did reassure me that like, the plane will probably not fall out of the sky. I don't move in exacts, okay? But I'm a bit more secure in thinking like, it's chill when it gets bouncy in the air. I mean, you paid for the service, why do you need to explain yourself? Okay, I never got that far. But I wanted to use the service which they would get paid for by T-Mobile, I'm assuming. But anyway. Now I'm gonna say hello, and now we're gonna get started, okay? Okay. Ready? Fuck, I have like the whole chat to scroll down. Fuck! Hello, Naga, hello, Rika, hello, Road, hello, Santa Queens, hello, DTV, hello, Deltator, hello, I have to warp again. Grimika, thank you for following to the pit crew, welcome. Hello, Mac Blitty, hello, T-Rex, hello, Thomas Trenton, hello, Kika, hello, Justin number 2. Hello, Uni, hello, Demon Nanny, hello, Space Bat, hello, whoa. YouTube Racing, hello, TMS Abba, hello, Sir Red Eyed Zaza. Hello, whoa. What? Oh. Anal Big Goober, hello, Borpton. And there's a bunch of people that I think just got timed out. Whoopsie. Hello, Cerebral, hello, Onibo, hello, Apocalypse, hello, Natural Rhapsody, hello, Scarlet Rock, hello, Judge, and hello, VTuber Talking, hello, Zero Hazard. Hello! Taking notes of my own Japan trip? Well, I would say that I appreciate the sentiment. Maybe I'll give you some like hidden gems to look at. I will say, use me as like an example of what not to do. Because as I was going back through this, I realized I didn't do so much fucking stuff timed out. No, like, you know when you're like, when you open up your Twitter app and you see an awesome post and you're like, holy shit! And you were like, your hand is hovering like 0.01 millimeters away from the screen, and then it fucking refreshes and you can't like it. That's what happened to my chat. So there's probably a bunch of hellos that got redeemed that I just didn't see, and my chat won't load, which I apologize for. Also, Neapolitan, thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody. You came at a good time because I actually just got started looking at my chat. I was just yapping mindlessly about stupid shit, and now we're gonna get to the meat of the stream, which is my Japan trip. I came back from Japan last week, and boring at Yap? What the fuck? That was like an hour. Well, no, to be fair, I was on my starting screen for 20 minutes trying to finish my PowerPoint. Boring. These are all important things that I need to get out into the world. But thank you so much for the raid. If you need to head out, I totally understand. And I hope that your stream went super duper well. Welcome everybody. My name is Ashley Martin. I'm the Roller Road Race Queen. I'll be racing on Twitch.tv. I'm a race queen, not a racer, which means that I do not wear the flag. Well, I do wear the flag. That's all I do. Fuck, they're gonna fire me. Fired for for tossing flag, the worst ever. Shit, I quoted that post so poorly. Thank, we love big yappas. Hell yeah, brother. Oh, thank you for following the pit crew. Welcome. What is it? Roll's worst joint ever is kicked out of the club. Waves flag, the worst ever, is fired from the racetrack. yapping about Japan. But yeah, I'm gonna attribute half of my ERPs today. Granted, I don't really make a lot of noise when I ERP. Half of them are because I chugged energy drink because I wasn't able to close my eyes at lunch like usual today because the racetrack is fucking putting me to work. Dude, like I said earlier, it's like whenever they detect me like having stuff to do before a stream, like I want to prepare like one thing before a stream. It's like, actually you're gonna have to do 2 hours of extra work. Fuck! What the hell, man? So yeah, I worked through lunch and I worked an extra hour after work and I was like, fuck this! And I didn't finish! So, that's why I do not have everything prepared. And by everything prepared, I mean I wanted to get together. I swear, he made a post about it. Shindig is the master of OBS. He made this post on like how to make a fake PowerPoint presentation where like it casts a shadow on you in OBS. And I did it for the Fillion thing that I was on at the start of the year. I set up my presentation like that where it cast a shadow. It looked like I was standing in front of a projector. I can't find that damn post, so you guys will just have to bear with a very standard PowerPoint. Almost debut style PowerPoint, possibly even. Oh, that would be neat? Yeah, I know. I'm spoiling it because, I didn't do it. Half my ERPs are because I chugged energy drink, and half my ERPs are because I'm having acid reflux from that fucking old meat sandwich. And let me check something. Oh my god, wait, I forgot. We're an hour into the stream and I forgot to announce. You guys should definitely check out my Twitter or my partner page with Advanced GG because a new flavor, a new Ashton Martin flavor and 2 new Ashton Martin cups just released. So if you're in the what's the phrase? Fuck! Is it going to have 2? I'm ERPing again. What the heck? 200 transitions? No, totally bare bones. There's 114 slides, and if there was transitions, we're gonna lose like 0.2 seconds per slide, which adds up after a while. Okay, we're speedrunning this shit. Did I ask who? Whoa. My tummy hurt. I think I have seen a turkey burp. And a burpy Turk. That cuisine, you know. Alright. Oh, this is part 2? What was in part 1? It was a 5-hour stream, just because I was like stream deprived. It was a 5-hour stream and I got to the end of day 2. So, basically fucking nothing. You came at a perfect time for me to get started. You know what? Less than an hour of yap is rare for me, but the whole stream is gonna be yap, so we should just get started. Let me set it up. Let me set her up, and then we will go. Can't start on the last slide. I'll give it everything away. Let's see. And I wonder... Ooh, you know what we should do? We should totally listen to a fun soundtrack. Oh yeah, also if you need to head out, I totally understand. I really appreciate the raid. And playlist. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong playlist. Doink. Sorry, Scuff. Man, you know what I've been obsessed with lately? Negative Tears of the Kingdom reviews. Oh. He must have deleted it, VTube Racing. He must have deleted it. Hello, Winnie VT! Japan, yep, let's go. Welcome! You came at the perfect time because I'm about to get started. I'm just trying to find the right soundtrack to accompany this. Oh, I know! This is perfect! I don't think Shintig's ever posted a tutorial for that. He just posted a showcase. No, he did post a tutorial because I followed it. I know he posted a tutorial. Oh my god, I wonder if he's gonna paywall all this stuff. How's your stream though, Winnie? And welcome, Radios. My name is Ashton Martin. I'm the Roller Road Race going to feature racing on Twitch.tv. Here we go. The perfect backdrop. We just asked him, y'all oomphs. Yeah, but he doesn't respond fast. He only starts responding after midnight, so... I really wouldn't... You know, I'm gonna message him right now. Maybe he'll get back to me. Do you guys know this song? Whatever happened to your OBS presentation with shadow tutorial? Wonder if it's gonna snow again. Oh, well, wrong part. You know what I mean, though. Holy night. It's not a Tatsuri Yamashita song if he doesn't pronounce the fuck out of that H. I decorated a house for a witch. Very satisfying time. Wait, that sounds so cute. Welcome, though. If you need to head out, I totally understand. Although we are just getting to the good part, which is the Japan trip. I said that like I was about to transition, but I actually am not. I have to finish one more thing. My bad. I'm jumping ahead, which I'm probably going to be doing a bunch because I can't help myself. But tell stories done linearly, okay? Your IQ is going to... it's going to skyrocket just by trying to keep all these plot threads together. Holy night. Presenter view. No. Presentation. Ooh. There we go. Yeah, there we go. All right. Oh. Yay! Now just imagine that I'm casting a cool shadow. Imagine that I had the tutorial ready. Yay! My Japan trip recap, it's finally starting after 5 hours in the first stream and then an hour into this stream. We're finally actually getting to pictures! I barely posted any pictures of my trip. Some, I posted like 1 or 2 in... I posted like 1 or 2 in the Discord. And like maybe 1 or 2 on Twitter also. What do you mean, emote? So it's the after effect of me staring at this PowerPoint for 3 hours trying to get it ready. I found the Shinix tutorial just by searching projector on his account. Are you serious? Oh, you responded fast, actually. Yes. He actually responded immediately. Oh, man. It's like a visual novel of your trip. Whoa! Imagine if there was a visual novel about going to Japan for the first time and meeting 2 cute sisters that both want to fuck you. Good luck, Ikuzo! Ikuzoi! What's joy? Alright. What? That'd be so cool. Is it a BLVN? What about 2 sisters wanting you? Would imply that it's a BL visual novel. What VN is that supposed to reference? Go Go Nippon! You guys really don't fuck with VTubers like that. You guys... Wait. Has my desktop audio been playing nothing this whole time? Are you fucking... No! What? What's been going on? You guys didn't tell me that absolutely nothing was playing? You guys do this every time! Wait, music was playing? Oh, thank God. I've done that before where I've booted up music and started singing along and absolutely nobody ever references it. We've been talking this whole time. I see you're transported to Japan. Snowflakes falling. The song just finished? Okay. I guess I saw the... I saw the mixer at OBS with it silent and was like, what? But it's because the song was over. the reason why I play the song is because literally there's no in-between holiday like there is in America with Thanksgiving. There's Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas. Boom, boom, boom. In like subsequent months. There's nothing like Thanksgiving in Japan. So literally November 1st, Christmas, baby. I was at a department store just walking through it in Shibuya on November 1st. I think I was. We're about to fact check that considering I have photos from that day. I heard Tatsuya Yamashita's Christmas Eve two separate times. 2 months is too much power for one holiday. And it's a powerful ass holiday. They capitalize on that like crazy. Do you want to do the overlay surgery live? Should I? Do you guys think that would improve this? Do we need BGM now or is it gonna be other music? I would go fucking insane. Wait, I couldn't like the vibes of Japan Christmas though. There's pretty lights everywhere. Also, B-Boy Skeleton, thanks for following the pit crew. Why the hell not? Okay, let's do it. I have it on Twitter, not YT yet. Oh, I just read out your DM. Oops. You need the plugins though? No, I've done this before. It's just that I for some reason couldn't find the tweet where you explained it. Oh, because it's a quote retweet. Fuck. Does Chicago not have pretty lights everywhere? No. They have like street lights. Or like the single light in an alley that gives you hope in the darkness. Hello, Mr. Pop and Fresh. Also, Visidui, thank you for following to the big crew. Welcome. Wonder if it's gonna snow again. Whoa. Silent Night. That's like the perfect Tatsuro songs in English are like the perfect songs for VTubers to cover. The way he like overpronounces everything. Right. We don't hear nothing right now. I'm not playing nothing. Trying to pull up my stream BG playlist, which is all just anime, trance, and house music. This isn't very Japanesey though. Easy peasy Japanesey. Pure video game bops are locking in. Is that really the vibe for talking about my Japan trip? I already locked in. I'm done locking in. I locked in for 2 weeks. I locked in so fucking hard to even have one coherent conversation. We'll just do this. For funk's sake, we gotta groove. But yeah, I will say though, Virtual Talk I mentioned earlier, I'm gonna be using this as inspiration for my own Japan trip. I would highly suggest not doing that because I think that I had arguably, and I'm saying this, I'm not saying it lovingly, I'm just saying I had a really good time. So don't take this as like me saying it was a wash, it sucked. I had arguably like one of the worst trips ever. It was basically, I did everything that was like an afterthought. Basically everything that you should do like on a second trip I did. I didn't do any like the actual touristy first time Japan things, except for like a few things. But you're right, it's only up from here because I feel like going to Japan actually spoiled going on vacation because I came back from Japan and I was thinking like, how am I supposed to want to go to anywhere else? Like I do like theoretically want to go to Europe. I do theoretically want to go to Italy, but like I want to go back to Japan. This is your first time? Dude, that's real. I know, right? I'm only thinking of going back to Japan. But yeah, it was my first time, and Shindigs, I'm so happy that you gave me all the suggestions of places to go. I didn't do fucking any of them. I could not do one thing straight for a whole day. I barely did anything at all. I think mostly I shopped. And I gotta say, I did choose a good time to shop because I talked about this in my last stream, but there's a bunch of sales in November. So that's a fun fact. If you wanna like actually shop like crazy, go during Golden Week, which I wouldn't suggest because it's insanity, I'm sure, or November, which is like perfectly in between random holidays. And the weather is just starting to get a little shitty, so maybe pack a coat. But I think it's worth it. Shopping is like 90% of trips anyways. Yeah, although I guess I'm like a type of... It's good to have like a balance of like seeing stuff and shopping and eating. I was like heavy on the shopping and the eating. I kind of didn't really see all that much until the last day when I was like, man, maybe I should go to Skytree. Okay, I'm spoiling stuff. I went to Skytree on like the second to last day. And it was like not a thought until the second to last day. Like, damn, I should probably like see one of the tourist things, huh? I didn't go to Tsukiji Fish Market. I didn't see that damn Gundam. I didn't go to Team Lab Planets and like take fun pictures in all the trippy rooms. I didn't do shit. It was like, I'm in Akihabara, weaving it up. Alright, I don't want to give too many spoilers. Let's just get started. I'll DM you my strats later. I need some strat. You know what it was? It was like before the trip, I like highly spec'd into shopping. Part of the problem is that I converted a ton of yen, so I had like a bunch of money to spend, so I was like, this is naturally what I should do, right? I think Tsukiji Fish Market isn't the same anymore. I would still like to see it though. It's like, I'm the type of person where it's like, you can tell me all you want, like, it sucks. But like, I want to be the judge of that. I'm a tourist, I like tourist things. You didn't see the Gundam? But you know what? I didn't see the Gundam, okay? I didn't see the one in Osaka, and I didn't see the one in near Yokohama. I didn't get out to Yokohama at all. But also, it doesn't move anymore. There's so many places also on Google that are just like fucking permanently closed. She didn't even get a single drink get a single drink bar? Wait, you mean the drink bars at the family restaurants? No, I didn't do that either. You guys are gonna see. I did do some stuff. I think I just did kind of random stuff. But there's definitely a lot to be desired, which just means I gotta go back. Do you go to Denny's? That's required. I didn't even go to Denny's. I feel like I did spend a lot of my trip eating, but because I can't really eat all that much. Like I have like 2 meals a day max, and I did spend a lot of time eating a Family Mart salmon. I didn't even like get to sit down and eat that much. They don't let me pilot it no more. I don't pilot it no good. Alright, let's actually get started. I've never done something with like the presentation open. I wonder if I can just do it. Oh, I can. I can just control it right from here. Okay, that's much better. That's much better. When our slides, we're gonna find out you didn't actually do anything. I think you're gonna get the vibe like a couple slides in. That's not true though. I went to Tokyo Disney Sea. But you know what it was? It's because I didn't really plan all that much. I was too nervous about the trip, and I will do this self-sabotage thing where I don't plan very much, and then I go like, it sucked. And it's like, well, what did you expect? You didn't do anything. That was sort of what happened with New York, I think. I was sort of just like flying by the seat of my pants, whereas with New York, you kind of have to like book stuff like way in advance. But that just goes to show how fun Japan is that I like kind of did whatever the fuck. And I want to go back so bad. I want to go back super bad. So let's get started, I guess. Yippee! I've never been to that, so she beats me there. I didn't really want to go to Disney in Japan, though. It's really vibes-based. I think if you go to Tokyo Disney, you kind of like really gotta like Disney. And I'm a Disney adult, unfortunately, so I had a great time. But we'll get to that, we're jumping ahead again. Okay, we're gonna start with... I actually don't even remember what I put at the start of these, because I've been working on this for a couple days. Alright, first night, I flew in on Saturday. It was my flight at around 2 p.m. And I got into Japan the evening of Sunday. You lose so much fucking time going there, it sucks. So I got there in the evening of Sunday. And my first night was in Shinjuku at a capsule hotel. This is my capsule hotel. Somebody had said you always remember the first meal that you ate in Japan, and I tried going to a place that Sorry Mama suggested, but they ran out of meat because they're super famous, so I went to it was called Gyukatsu Motomura, but I went to Koko Ichibanya, which is in the US, so maybe it was a useless meal, not like worth my time, but it was very delicious, and I got double cheese, and it was fucking awesome. And it was delicious curry. I really wanted to try and like go to every single famous curry chain in Japan, but that's a lot of curry for only 2 weeks in Japan. Everything is better even if it's in the same chain. That's true though. I've never actually had Coco in America. Maybe that's why I subconsciously was like, I need to go to Denny's. Fuck that. I already had Denny's. Chicken is good too. Ooh, like the katsu chicken. You know, I never really opted for chicken. I also avoided going to like halal places just because I didn't want to go to places that like were like purposefully avoiding Japanese cuisine. But I think next time I'm gonna broaden my horizons. But yes, this was the capsule hotel I stayed at, and It was specifically a capsule hotel that like monitored your sleep, and like a week later they sent me a PDF of all my sleep and when I was restless and when I like stopped breathing and all this like scary shit. And there's like a picture of me from the top. Like, can you guys see my little pod? There's a picture of me taken from the top of the pod. I will say though, I probably, even though they're really convenient, I don't know if I would stay in a capsule hotel again. Although I do really like the futuristic vibe, and I kind of like being enclosed, which is weird because I am claustrophobic, but I sort of like the feeling of being in like a dog cage. Was your curry spicy or more sweet? It was like perfectly middle of the line. I don't think I've ever had like truly sweet curry, like with chocolate or apples and stuff. And also I can't handle spice. It was just like a spiced, not spicy, you know? But I eventually realized that every restaurant in Japan is a Japanese restaurant. They don't make McDonald's for the visiting Americans. Wait, what? I feel like McDonald's is pretty mad though. Maybe I should have gone to more McDonald's though. But like I said, I was trying to like maximize my good eats, so I didn't eat any McDonald's until like the second to last day or something, and I was overwhelmingly disappointed. Well, that's not true. I did go to McDonald's twice actually, but I didn't have any like McDonald's-y foods. Capsule hotels feel like they can be pretty cozy. Yeah, they do range greatly in like their quality. There's some capsule hotels that are like not true capsule futuristic style, where they like are basically just rooms and they're only like the width of a queen bed, and they have a little space in the front, and they have just like a pull down. The music is distracting me. They have like a pull down curtain. You can stand up in them. That doesn't really like... I like the vibe of the capsule hotels, the spacey vibe. The only problem is that it seems, and from talking to other people too and sharing my story, it seems that for the most part these capsule hotels that are like pods and stuff, the beds are like not really beds, and they're also not even really futons either. They're kind of just like a layer of cushion, and it's not very fucking comfortable. So if you were to stay in one of these your entire trip, you would definitely have a crick in your back by the end of it. Capsules are much cheaper than a business hotel, and you give up a lot of convenience in them. Yeah, it did kind of suck because I didn't include pictures of this because I didn't take any pictures because it was a locker room. But there's like a whole separate locker room on a different level. So I was on the 5th floor, as you can tell by the pod numbers. And you have to like... You can't bring any of your stuff into the actual pods because they're monitoring your sleep. And maybe you can for like a normal pod. Oh, some of them also have TVs and stuff, but like, what am I gonna do? Watch the Japanese news and understand it? Unlikely. And then on like the top floor, there was like a communal level where you can like go on your computer and stuff. And what was I saying? Basically, capsule hotel. It's exactly what you'd think. You have to leave all your shit downstairs. Watch the game shows. I guess I could. That probably would have kept me up longer and would have regulated my sleep schedule a bit better. Find out what Otani did that day. So you couldn't bring a laptop or phone into the pods. You could bring a phone, but not a laptop. And you definitely cannot make any noise because, and even though these are super futuristic looking, unfortunately, they don't really close. And I guess I understand why. It's probably a fire hazard. But I was really hoping that the capsule would close like space pod, like lock in. You wouldn't be able to hear anything from the outside, but no, there's just like a little curtain that pulls down, which I thought was unfortunate and killed the vibes. No, you could bring your phone in. You weren't allowed to play any music or talk in this area. It was like fully a quiet area. You could have your phone, but the thing is that like they monitor you when you're like laying down. So the picture that they took of me for my little sleep report is me on my phone at like 7 a.m. which is kind of funny. They probably like, totally skewed all the data and shit. If it closed, I'd probably feel claustrophobic, but that's... Not that I want to feel claustrophobic, because I am claustrophobic and I don't like that feeling. Oh, and also, mine was a bottom pod. I was looking for like a top pod. I like top pod. I'm definitely a top. It is almost certainly like a fire safety thing, but I would have liked the feeling of like hydraulics go. Oh, and I also heard this like drone the entire night next to my head, and I was like, man, what the fuck is that? Maybe it's like the monitoring devices? No, I was in the pod right next to the fucking bathroom, and it was the sound of the bidet. I like to talk to strangers. I feel like I definitely count. Definitely more assertive than the average VTuber girl. But anyway, that was the Capsule Hotel. Pretty uneventful. There's like a communal area at the bottom, like I said. Do not ping me ever. Top was afraid of everything, but I'm not. I'm not. I just said that I love to talk to people. I'm an extrovert. You guys said it yourselves. What a thing to wake up to. Good morning. You guys can't handle a little VTuber humor. Now I know why you. So there's so many of you guys that are like, yeah, I don't watch any other VTubers. You do seem pretty on top of things. Exactly. I'm type A. Do you have a fun trip? I did. This is just the first night though. Anyway, I think I talked a lot about this last stream because it was 5 hours long and I only got through like 2 days. There isn't much else to say about the Capsule Hotel. There's the communal first floor, and if you have like shit, you kind of just have to like leave it out in the ground and hope nobody takes it, but nobody's gonna take it. It's Japan. I like fully went around the block and walked away from my luggage multiple times this trip and nobody took anything. Granted, that was in Tokyo. When I was in Osaka, I definitely felt a certain energy of like, maybe I shouldn't leave my stuff. Maybe I should keep an eye on my stuff here compared to when I was in like Akihabara and stuff. But anyway, that was the Capsule Hotel. Wow, yeah, short and sweet. This is my very first slide. Short and sweet. I probably should have tried to stay up. You know what? I stayed up pretty late though. I guess I just wasn't able to sleep that long. I stayed up till like 11 or midnight or something, and then I woke up at 7 and then just couldn't get to sleep. I probably should have gotten up and out of my capsule sooner though, because I was scrambling the next morning. Oh, right, in the food. I was scrambling the next morning because I had shit. And again, I told this story last time. I tried to ask where the coin lockers were, and I got directed to a station, and it was really difficult to find an entrance to the station because I was lugging my big suitcase and my carry-on and my laptop bag all around with me, and the streets of Japan are very much not suitcase friendly. It's so fucking annoying if you have a suitcase all around. But a lot of people have a suitcase, which is crazy to me. Like the preferred way of transporting like a lot of stuff is by a little carry-on suitcase. You see so many people in Japan, and I've also seen this in manga, and so I know it's not like they're traveling. They could just be like going from place to place. It's popular with cosplayers to take stuff in a suitcase. Excuse me. This looks good. It's super good. But we're gonna get to that. It's popular to take a suitcase around, which is why it's so shocking to me that it's so unwieldy to take a suitcase around public transportation in Japan. Yeah, I know it's one suitcase and not 3, but still, it's the principle of it. But then I found a locker thanks to the help of a very, very good Samaritan, which is the only time this would happen in Japan. I had like the most They must be able to like sense the fact that I just got there last night. But man, I don't know if I talked about it very much, but that first evening in Shinjuku alone, and I found out later that my capsule hotel was like smack dab in the middle of Nichome, which I was shocked to find out it's like 2 streets. I didn't realize when I was thinking of like, oh, the districts of Japan that are like filled with the host clubs and the gay bars, like all the Nichome, Gochome, blah blah blah. I was expecting them to be like 2 blocks square, but they are. I guess it makes sense in hindsight, considering how there's not that much room in Japan. But anyway, where was I? Oh, I got my shit into the lockers, and then I was free to explore Shinjuku. The world was my oyster, and so I decided to go to the restaurant that, sorry mama, my chinchilla mother. It's called Nichome, but it's not called Nichome because of the blocks. It's just like 1, 2, 3. I really do appreciate, I'm sure I was thinking of this towards the end of my trip. It's probably like total gibberish to people that don't understand Japanese, but I really appreciate how like most of the train stops and the bus stops are just like very cut and dry. It's not like, I guess now that I'm saying it out loud, I'm doing like a whoa thing Japan thing. But like most of them are like Shinjuku 1, Shinjuku 2, Shinjuku 3. And the reason why it's called Shinjuku 3, it's the 3rd stop in Shinjuku. As opposed to like a bunch of different funky names to remember. Although I guess the funky names are just like the different towns that the stops are in. Whatever. Yeah, it is easy to navigate. Although I guess to a foreigner, when they see like Shinjuku Sanchome, they're like, what the fuck? That's the longest name ever, what the hell? But it's like Shinjuku Sanchome. It's the 3rd district of Shinjuku. It's really cut and dry and easy. But it's scary when you have to listen to foreign names and you don't know where you are in the train line. That's true. But the solution to that is learn Japanese. English only, peasant. Also, yes, thank you for getting me back on track, Sorry Mama. This is Gyukatsu Motomura, suggested by Sorry Mama. I told her where I was staying certain days and she gave me suggestions. And so I went to this place called Gyukatsu Motomura. And I have to say, it was an amazing suggestion. And there's multiple locations. So I didn't realize this at first. I thought there was one location. So when I saw that they were sold out of meat, I was like, darn. And then just like went back to my hotel. Well, no, I had cocoa curry because I couldn't get meat here. But no, there's actually more than... I messed up in saying Asakusa for my very first night. It was tricky to get there after a long flight. Yeah, I guess Asakusa would probably be difficult to navigate to. But that's another thing. I didn't go to Asakusa at all. I didn't go to any historical sites around Tokyo. It was only Akihabara, Shinjuku, and Shibuya. So I got a lot to go, a lot of places to visit when I go back. This is Gyukatsu Motomura. It's very delicious. The breading, so what it is that like it's a raw piece of meat basically, and then they deep fry it with this like very thin but flavorful. I think it was just flavorful by virtue of the fact that it was wrapped around like delicious fatty meat. Very thin, deep fried layer of breading, but not so deep fried that it cooks it at all. You cook it yourself on this little stone that's in front of you, and oh my fucking god, it's so good. It was absolutely delicious. And the rice is called mugi meshi because it's rice and barley. It's like mixed together. So flavorful. And this is grated yam up here, and then this is spicy cod roe, which isn't my favorite, but the instructions were to pour this and this on top of the rice and like mix it all together like, and I did that and it actually does taste quite good, although I do prefer it by itself. But the good thing is, fun fact, if you do go to Gyukatsu Motomura, they put this in the fine print, but it's important, okay? It's important to maximize your bang for your buck, and this costs like 20 bucks, so it was very, very affordable. I highly recommend going. The line is not really that long ever. There's multiple locations, and one time I just walked right in. You get 2 bowls of rice. So you can eat your gyukatsu on top of the rice, which is one of my favorite things to do, although it does fill you up very much. And then get a second bowl, and then put the yam and the spicy codro in. It's fucking awesome. But yeah, it's super duper good. And then this is like lettuce, and you put a little salad dressing on it. Although I didn't realize until like way into the meal. I saw on like the little cheat sheet in English, like, oh, you put dressing on this, and I was looking around like, I don't know where the fuck the dressing is, but it's like right off to the side next to the water and stuff. So I was just eating plain cabbage. And then this is warabi mochi, and then this is soy sauce, and then this is some like wasabi and miso mix, and you dip the meat into one of these after you cook it and eat it, and this is miso with tofu in it, and then there's some pickle right here, and it was very good. Was the second rice bowl the fine print? Oh yeah, I didn't specify. They do specify in the fine print, like you get 2 bowls of rice with your meal, and that's the fine print. Use the first bowl of rice when you're eating your meat, and then get a second bowl to be able to experience this, which I think is subpar compared to the meat. I like the variety of sides. It is really nice. Oh, and then I didn't specify a potato salad. This is wasabi, not technically a side, but if you're brave enough, you can eat the whole thing. I guess. Oh, and this is another picture. Man, this should have been in front of the Gyukatsu Motomura because I took this right outside my hotel. This is my first Japan cat. I saw this and I was like so wide-eyed and full of wonder. Like, wow, Japan cat. My first cat in Japan. I saw like 2 cats in Japan. It like totally, it totally skewed my data for the trip. I was like, I'm gonna see so many cats this trip. I saw 2. But this is a really cute one. It looked like a normal sized cat, but it was actually quite small. It was like it was a kitten. It sure does know how to loaf though. And then this picture is from a Family Mart. I was just enamored by the fact that there was Chocomint. This was the only Chocomint thing I saw though. It's like legends of a bygone era. Whispers of a time that has long passed. small bean. Yes, it was very small, and it's very like Japanese looking. Tabby with white is like a very Japanese looking cat to me. Fushimi Inari has a bunch of cats in one area. Okay, it's skipping ahead, but I didn't end up going to Fushimi Inari. Like I said, I didn't do fucking anything that anybody suggested to me. Oh, here's my first spoils of war, or not spoils of war. I fucking lost every single one of these. And then I also lost when I got the fucking blingy Chikawa because I don't want that shit. So I count this entire page as a loss. Look at this. There we go. Blinged out Chikawa, which is the very first thing I won from a crane game in Japan. And then this Bijou. And then these baby oyster things. This is a gacha, not a crane game, but I still lost because I put like $7-8 in and didn't get this one that's like the 3 mice stacked on top of one another. And then this Meryl, this fucking Meryl! Oh my god, it drove me nuts whenever I took a crack at it, which was a mistake. Impossible! This motherfucker is too fat! Most of the time, the crane games will like taunt you by like, it'll grab onto something and then just, mysteriously let go of it when it like taps the top of the crane before it's able to like move over and drop it in the hole. It's a difficult way to describe. I'll show it during my hand cam. I'll demonstrate the crane game motions for you guys. I think round things would be the easiest. Well, that's the thing is that, like, I think because there's a lack of familiarity in America, if you're able to get, like, a good hand on the thing in the crane game, you have a good chance of winning it in America. But in Japan, it's like, there's crane games fucking everywhere, so everybody knows how to do it, and everybody's able to, like, get their hand on the prize, and so they have to make it harder. So, yeah, it is super easy to pick up a round thing, and because of that they like make the claw grip like insanely weak. You know, on other things it'll like pick it up to the top of the crane and then drop it when it knocks against the top of the machine, but the Meryl just fully won't get picked up. It is that fucking fat and round. Pissing me off! I thought you didn't do any tourist stuff. Omega lol. Fuck you. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. I had enough of the tourist shit by losing at the Gigo arcade and then the Taito arcade and all the arcades. I'd go into like literally every single one of them. And that was the problem with Bijou too, is that she was too fat and heavy. Also, Mary Squid, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome, welcome. These are all definitely Ashen Bait. There's so much Ashen Bait. The fucking oyster one is unacceptable because that was like a tiny crane game too. They don't weigh anything at all, and it just wouldn't pick any of them up. It made me so mad. Thank you for the raid, welcome. I'm just recapping my Japan stream, currently molding over these. And literally, I was trying to get some of these for so long. I heard that, oh, if you like spend enough money or you stay at one crane game long enough, the arcade people will like take pity on you and like place it closer to the opening, or they'll just like give it to you when you spent enough money and they've watched you. Yeah, that didn't fucking happen. There was a dude that was refilling all the crane games on the first floor. He saw me at these spending probably like over 5,000 yen. He saw me putting in these coins and did absolutely nothing! You have to ask? Ah! Now you tell me! I couldn't ask. I couldn't just ask for them to give it to me. I believed in you. I give up. There was this one time though, actually in the very first arcade that I went to, I was like fucking losing and going like, ugh, like actually got to the point where it was so infuriating that I would like clench my fist and go like fuck, like under my breath. There's a guy that came up and he won some ugly shit that I didn't want at all, and like the one next to me, and I gasped out loud. I was like, oh! Because he just walked right up and won it right away, and he like looked over and like smirked, and I was like, what the fuck, man? And then I like walked away in anger, and he followed me around and was like 2 or 3 crane games away for the rest of like the time that I spent there, and was like just playing, trying to win, to rub it in my face again. I was shocked. You find you introverted actually? I just didn't want to be like, can I have it please? You could have tweeted about it and people would have told you. I did tweet about it. I said I fucking hate crane games. I give up. I'm not crane game pilled anymore. He was mocking the shit out of me. But yeah, the thing that he won was like a fake custard tin or something. No, it wasn't custard, because that would actually be cute. It was like a fake toothbrush, and I was like, I don't want that shit. Wrong tweet then. Yeah, I probably should have been like, please help. Ah! Getting beat by a crane game player is crazy. Ah! He just walked right up. Oh yeah, basically I spent the morning walking around Shinjuku. There's a lot of cool areas in Shinjuku. But you know what? Another thing I didn't do, I talked about it. I couldn't find it for some reason. Granted, I didn't talk that hard. I didn't try that hard. Whoa. I couldn't find the Godzilla head. I found a building that was projecting a video of the Godzilla head. No, I didn't see the Godzilla head. But yes, this is the 3D screen, and I was at the perfect spot on the corner to take a picture of it. It like doesn't take pictures well. It looks totally normal in real life. Does anybody else have a picture of this 3D cat screen? I have no idea why the pictures of it are so warped and weird looking. So bizarre. You should have taken video? I guess so. But yeah, it totally didn't come out at all. Very odd. And then... Oh. Just like totally skipping ahead. But yeah, I spent like more than half my day in Shinjuku eating and then crane gaming and then walking around. There's this one area of Shinjuku that's very walkable. It sort of like feels like a permanent... like... farmer's market, except there isn't people out on the street, so it's not farmer's market. It just feels like a whole area that's like cut off from traffic, which it isn't cut off from traffic. It's just that traffic doesn't go there because most of the time it's just pedestrians walking around, so it's probably a huge fucking pain in the ass for cars to come in and drive around and have to like wait for the masses to part. That's a crazy thing. There was like never any honking. They're just like, yeah, this might as well be happening. Nobody's like, get on the sidewalk, because there isn't any sidewalks. It's crazy. But yeah, I took this picture when I actually got the Akihabara. So let me finish up what I did in Shinjuku. What did I do in Shinjuku? I ate, and then I walked around, and I went to... I wonder if I can, like, if it has a name where I was walking around. It was, like, near the Godzilla head. And Shinjuku Station is right there. And that's a big-ass station. But I gotta say, everybody's like, oh, if you can go in the... If you can figure out the Shinjuku Station, you'll figure out any train station. Like, don't be afraid. If you... Oh, no, it's Shibuya. Is it Shibuya or Shinjuku? I can't remember. You can figure out any train station. If you can figure out Shinjuku Station, you can figure out any train station. I argue that the Tokyo train station... The Tokyo train station is way more fucking confusing. Tokyo station also bad. Tokyo is worse. Shinjuku I feel like is really easy to like navigate around because there's signs everywhere and it feels like it's very specifically laid out. Tokyo is incredibly difficult to navigate. There's like some levels that are like in the basement. Like trying to get to Character Street to buy all like the character merchandise was so fucking hard. It was impossible to navigate to. I think Tokyo Station is worse as far as the actual station. Thank you, because I was really like, Shinjuku Station is not that difficult to navigate. It's pretty cut and dry if you follow the signs. There just isn't enough signage in Tokyo Station. It's so easy to get turned around, and there's so many levels to it. It's very, very, very confusing. Shinjuku is worse as far as the exits go. That's true. When I was using Google Maps, for some reason, it would always like route me to like the longest walk around. And it was also raining when I was in Shinjuku most of the time too. So there was the like moments where I'd go to a specific exit to get into the train station, and then as I was walking to the trains, there would be like an exit that was way easier to get into and would have saved me like a 5-minute walk in the rain that it just didn't direct me into. Very odd. Also, OG Zombie, thank you for lunch in the pit crew. Welcome. But yeah, I spent most of the time in Shinjuku, and then I walked around. Oh yeah, that tourist area that's next to the station with the Godzilla head, and then there's also like Zep. Is that Zep Shinjuku, I believe? Let me find out. Which is a... Yeah, Tokyo Kabukicho Tower. Oh, that's the name of that place. It's a cool tower. Hello. Yeah, Zep Shinjuku is here, which is a name that I know because it's a concert venue and there's VTuber and Idol concerts there. And Kabukicho Tower looks great, but food not good, just a heads up. Well, that's my thing. I won't go anywhere if I don't have it bookmarked. And I didn't have any Kabukicho Tower bookmarks, so... Is this Mandarake? I actually don't think this is. I'm pretty sure that this is like a tourist trap. No, this is like the big camera, I believe, in Akihabara. Anyway, I'll just speed ahead. I walked along next to that 3D thing in Shinjuku, and then I went into the Taito arcade, and then I saw the Zepp Shinjuku, and then I was like, okay, I can go check into my hotel in Akihabara. So that is where I went. You know what happened too? There's so many in Asia, and there's quite a few in Japan too. When I was walking around, there was this puppy mill and kitty mill, and I didn't go in because I'm not gonna give them my money, surely, but I won't even give them the time of the day. I won't even give them the number on their number of attendees. They were so cute. There's like a puppy mill right in the middle of this tourist area in Shinjuku. And they were so cute, and they were so playful. They're probably like hella stimulated. Gave them some drugs. I gave that puppy some Adderall so it would go nutso for somebody to buy it. But yeah, this is a shop in Akiba. So I went from Shinjuku to Akihabara on my second day because that's where the hotel was. I just came a day early because I didn't want to like waste time. Because I was leaving a day, for some reason, like everybody... By the way, this was like a trip with like a bunch of friends that just somehow made it out of the group chat. IRL friends. For some reason, everybody was like leaving a day late. For some reason, so they were like leaving on Monday. I don't really know why, because not everybody had it as a day off. It was Veterans Day, so like one person had it as a day off, but then everybody else just decided to take the Monday off too. I'm like kind of confused by it, so I was like, that's weird. I'll just come on Saturday and then leave on Sunday and then be able to go to work the next day, which is what I did. Granted, I was very jet lagged, but still. Did you go to Akiba's Mandarake Complex? That's a really wonderful place. Sorry, Mama, we're jumping ahead. Actually, we only jumped ahead like a couple hours because that's what I did this evening. Anyway. IMO, it's worth flying back Saturday and having a day to recover. Now you guys tell me. Jeez. But I guess I did book the flight and then told you guys like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm going to Japan, lol. Always good to have the tip in the back of your head though when you're planning your next Japan trip, because naturally you will go to Japan. Actually, it's not even just me though. I had some friends on the trip who were like, you know, I was thinking like maybe I'll go to Japan and once will be enough. But when I got home, I was thinking, I wonder when I'm gonna go to Japan next. I just take an extra day off or say I'm sick. Once is definitely not enough for a weeb. No, it's definitely not enough. But yes, Shinjuku to Akiba. Most of my time in Shinjuku was really just like... Oh, I saw a toy car store, which is really interesting. And they were like shocked that a foreign woman was there. And so he was like grilling me about questions. My favorite thing is when people are like, oh, where are you from? And I like say where I'm from in the Midwest. And they're like... I don't know where that is. It's like, yeah, I expected that. I guess I should just say US. What's funny is that, like, when I'm around the US, I mean, it's not funny because it makes sense because I'm in the US, right? It's just I've never left the country before this trip. Oh, yeah, by the way, this is my first time leaving the country. My trip into Canada to see Niagara Falls doesn't count when I was, like, 7, okay? I don't count it. But this is my first experience of, like, saying, like, oh, I'm from the US to somebody, and they just, like, take that unquestioningly, like, yeah, that's about right. I'm seeing people going like, oh, where? What suburb are you from? What suburb were you born in? Or did you grow up in? Trying to steal my credit card information or something. One of the most surreal experiences of my life happened in the Akiba Mandarake. What was it? I'm curious. But yeah, then I went to Akiba and then I checked in and I got my shit in the hotel, so I didn't have to worry about it in a coin locker. And then I was free to explore Akiba before Sister Martin came in, because she is who I stayed with for the majority of the trip. And so I walked around, and I think I only really got the chance to stop into the Akiba Mandarake. I'm like getting tired thinking about this. I kind of chug more. Foreigners, when you say what state you're from, we don't know your states, just say America. Foreigners, when you say America, obviously what state? I didn't even say state, I was like specifying city. And they go like, don't know what that is. I was shocked! When I tell Japanese men I'm from Tampa, they usually start talking about our baseball team. Wait, I don't even know what baseball team's in Tampa, what the heck? I would say Chicago, shiteru, and they'd be like, Zen Zen. Lol. The Rays. Are you lying to me? That doesn't sound real. The Tampa Rays? Are they like manta rays in Tampa? That just goes to show how much I know about baseball. That name seems completely unfamiliar. I've never heard that in my life. Tampa Bay Rays? Oh, wait! That kind of like rolls off the tongue. She doesn't know baseball. No, I know baseball. Go White Sox. The Bears. No, wait, the Cubs. I know baseball, you guys. But yeah, no, this was in a random store. I actually cannot remember what it was, but it wasn't in Mandarake. It wasn't in Mandarake. Also, it wasn't until this Japan trip that I really got into saying Mandarake. Secretly, in the privacy of my own home, I just say Mandrake. That second A will catch up to you. They'll sneak up on you. I thought it was Mandrake for about like 10 years, but no, it's Mandarake. I don't know if it means anything like Mandarake.
So I'm having a nice crispy advanced rocket pop drink that I used code Ashton to buy. If you are lucky, you can buy one.
Yeah, you're advertising the wrong thing. You gotta advertise my new flavor and shakers. You guys see the Shibuya Mandarake next time? I know I didn't go to that many Mandarakes. I didn't go to that many book offs. I didn't go to that many K-books. I thought you did see that Mandarake. No, it's different. There's Mandarake all over Japan. It's different. I think it's supposed to be Mandrake. Is it really? No! Is it really supposed to be Mandrake? I thought it was supposed to be It's a mythical creature like a plant animal. Yeah, a Mandrake is, but not a Mandarake. Or maybe it is. Maybe there's like different spellings. There's a new Mandarake in Ikebukuro. I'm American, I'll say Mandrake. That was actually pissing me off. Because I was in Japan and because I'm still like saving all these Japan recommendations, I get a bunch of stuff on my TikTok algorithm about Japan. And there's this one guy who was suggesting a restaurant. Like, this is one of my top 10 restaurants in Japan. Number 1, Zuko. He said Zuko, something or other. And then on the screen it said Zuicho. Like a completely fucking different word. Like, I understand not knowing Japanese, but it is so simple to understand how to say Japanese words. It's exactly as you would read it. It's syllabic. It's so easy to just say it right. And you went there. It's one of your favorite places in Japan. He was probably saying Zuko to the people that work in there, and they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know how katakana works, don't you? It's a borrow word. I think you are wrong. Mandarake. Mandarake. Now let's go to Google Translate. And it says in hiragana Mandarake. It's not that I don't believe. Yeah, I was right! Orman posted the origin of the word. Darake in Mandarake means covered in Korean. In other words, the meaning of Mandarake's company name is full of manga. Has nothing to do with Mandrake. It's just one letter off. It's not a loan word. It's completely different. But I still am pronouncing it wrong, saying Mandarake. I'm not sure Korean is correct though. Is it Korean? Darake is Japanese. It also means covered in Japanese too. See, now we're gonna see what the pronunciation for Mandrake is. The loan word Mandrake in Japanese is Mandoreku, which is different from Mandarake. According to this? Well, I believe you. I don't need to scour this. You guys can scour that in the meantime. I believe you. Oh, shorty, it's your birthday. Don't party like it's your birthday. Alright, we're back to this. But basically, I took a picture of these old figures because I like these purple hair girls. Does anyone know who they are? Do not ping me! Geographically close places usually have similar words, so I'm not surprised. That's true, there are a lot of Japanese words that are like totally... They've taken on a totally new meaning. That at one point in time they would be katakana, but now they're just fully Japanese words. I mean, that's true in American... In English too! In American English, specifically. Like derecho. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget giving Latina solely the word derecho in the spelling bee. And then when she pronounced it with an accent, I was like, fuck. What the hell? I didn't even realize it was a Spanish word. Oh, it's a visual novel? Are you sure? No clue they're hella cute though. Aren't they? They're so cute. And they just have numbers on them. Derecho. That's how you say it! Like tsunami! What do you think derecho meant? It's like a downpour. What do I think it means? I know what it means. You don't need to say it like I'm a fucking idiot. Like I'm a brainlet. I just wasn't aware that it was like of a different culture's etymology. But yeah, this was that. Oh, and then when I was walking through Akihabara, I was completely tickled. I was so enamored with this. Doesn't it mean right? Like right hand? I don't know. I have no idea. Latinos sound off. I don't know any Spanish at all. Si, senor. You go to any theme cafes? Tofu sauce! You're skipping ahead! Although you are getting me back on track. I took a picture of this in front of a gaming parts store. A gaming computer parts store, excuse me. I can't stop orping, that stupid sandwich. Did you put the memory in your cheek pocket and seal it? I would have looked like that one. The Reche is right. Oh! So you're not far off, Kit Kat, actually. I really don't know any Spanish at all. Finally, enough RAM! What's funny is that this is the exact kind of same RAM that I have too. This G-Skill Trident Z RGB. It's just a gigantic version. No, sir, I definitely do not have any RAM hidden in my cheeks. And I'm like disgustingly distended looking. I didn't go in there though. Oh, and this is the meal that I had. So once Sister Martin came, we went to get a tendon. It's not like an American tendon. It's a tempura don, which means tempura bowl. And so it's a bunch of different things that are fried. But unfortunately, they did not have my very favorite thing that's fried. I love a soft boiled egg that's fried. There's a place in the Midwestern Mitsuwa at one point in time called Hanosuke, and they had the best tempura ever. And I'm pretty sure they're a Japanese chain, but for some reason the Hanosuke closed, and there's only a Hanosuke in California now, in America. And there are Hanosuke in Japan, they're just few and far between. And this place was actually a Michelin Bib Gourmand suggested place in Akihabara. I know Tendo and Tenya Bowl when I see one. Oh, is this Tendo and Tenya? I can't even remember the name of this place. And it was quite good, but I would have very much appreciated a tempura egg as well. It was super duper good. It was shrimp and kabocha and other veggies that I can't remember. I think probably one potato. You can also see this like tempura nori. They tempura fry the damn nori. They tempura fry everything. Did you try the soy sauce pickled egg? No, but I made those at home. This food looks so fucking good. This is really, really delicious. It was delicious. And that was our first meal, and then we were jet lagged, so we went to sleep. Day 2, official second day in Japan. October 29th, Akihabara with Sister Martin, and then Sunny Mama's house! Which is the exciting stuff I'm sure you guys are all waiting to hear about. This is a picture bright and early. I think it's probably like 11 a.m. Akihabara, this is like a major thoroughfare, a major area. Actually, whenever I came back to this like crossroads right here, okay, so right off to, whoops, go back. Right off this way is where the Tendon Tenya place is, and if you go here and then turn to the right, then the JR station is like in the back over here. You can also walk down this way and get to the JR station. Whoa, I like this pic. Yeah, you like it. What's funny is that also this is the big camera right here. I never went into the big camera because I had it bookmarked, but then I realized like I don't actually like need to buy anything. It's a electronics store and they have like Nintendo Switches, PlayStations, cameras, phones, etc., etc. They have like every electronic you could ever think of. Because that's the thing that a lot of weeaboos don't know about is that Akihabara, I'm pretty sure, used to be called Denki Guy. So it used to be like Electric Town. And it was kind of like a catch-all for like everything electronics related. And there are still a lot of places that have like every sort of electronic ever. There's also a place that's like right underneath the train line over this way to the south where they have like these wires, these rolls of cable rolled up on a pole outside. And you can basically get them to make like a Ethernet cable however long you want. Which I'm sure exists in America, I just haven't seen before. And so yeah, it was like an electronics parts store with like different types of cables that you could buy that they would pinch and put like the ends on right there for you, and you'd have a cable the exact length that you want. And basically, not only is it an anime town, it is also electronics and computers and techie nerdy stuff of every single kind. It's basically otaku paradise, otaku of every kind. Not just anime otaku, but model otaku, electronics otaku, etc., etc. I remember that platform from Steins Gate. The bit about going into normal buildings for a train station seems so crazy. Wait, what do you mean? Did I say that? Yeah, there are a lot of rabbit holes. That's the thing that I experienced a lot in Akihabara specifically. Truly went to a maid cafe at least. Stop jumping around! Oh my god, you guys just can't resist. Oh, I wanted to say one thing about this corner too. This was like, I think it was a birthday thing for Blue Archive, or maybe it was just like a special... You describing how the station was in the corner there? Oh, no. It's not in this building, sorry. It's around the corner. I meant to say around the corner. I was stumbling over my words though, maybe. Especially in Osaka, you could go for probably a mile from the station without going outside. Yeah, that's like Shinjuku and Shibuya Station. There's just so many winding underground paths. But I kept seeing people on the other side of the street, like right here. They'd stop and take pictures of this sign, like all day. Whenever I was at this intersection, there was otaku taking pictures of this sign. Because on the other side, there was a Blue Archive, a different character from Blue Archive. They were taking pictures of both of them. It was very funny. Everyone was participating in Oshikatsu. Everyone was weaving out like crazy in Akihabara. It's required you test positive for ADHD before you can chat here. What do you mean? I'm reading all your messages. I'm the only one that can have ADHD. I'm the only special one. You guys are just here to appreciate. But yeah, this is a cool intersection in Akihabara. And then right down this way, oh wait, I'm not on the screen. Right down this way, you can walk and there is a McDonald's. Actually, across the street, that's where Sister Martin and I were going to this Excelsior Cafe. And actually, I wanted to go here multiple times. I wanted to keep going here, but then I just...
The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
Ashton spit that RAM out. Tastes like rainbow ice pop. Thank you, Ashton. You cured my ADHD. Yes. I'm absorbing all your guys' mental illness to take it on myself. Like Jesus Christ. I will carry the burdens of your sins. But only the fun ones, like the ADHD and stuff. You guys can take care of the other stuff. But anyway, there's this place, there's a chain called Excelsior Cafe, and there's one right across from McDonald's. And I got this cafe mocha ice, which is basically the only coffee that I drink because it's chocolate coffee. And it was so chocolatey. It was so good. I wanted to go back like every time I walked past one, I was like, ooh, I want to go to Excelsior. And then I kept forgetting. But this is my recommendation to you guys. If you want good coffee, like, it's basically like Starbucks, but I think a little bit better. Excelsior Cafe. They even got the Starbucks font. You should definitely check it out. But I brought it over to the McDonald's because I wanted to try their chocolate turnover, which is what is in this Shiba Inu box that's shipped. I got Mount Fuji. And this was also super duper good. But this is also where I experienced like if you buy something, you're supposed to eat it. You're supposed to make me smile too hard, it hurts. What? What am I doing that's so amusing? Is my daily life really that hilarious that you can't help but laugh at everything I say? Fancy mocha? Isn't even that fancy. I think it's just a regular coffee. Please don't have too much anxiety. Oh good, I'll keep my anxiety then. Yeah, I'll take all the fun stuff like ADHD and you can have all the anxiety. You don't have any of the ups, just all the downs. And I'll be your up. I'll be your goddess. I'll be your princess on Princess Day. Anyway, I'll sell a Pogotros. I got this choco turnover and it was good, but it was a little bit decadent for breakfast. And so I ate like half of it and then Sister Martin was being a little bitch and was like, I can't eat that. It's like way too heavy. Ugh. And so I just had like a half that I couldn't eat and I didn't want to take it with me because I didn't have a bag to put it in. So I would just be holding a fucking turnover. And we were going to be like walking through stores and stuff. So I was like, I'll just throw it away. There aren't any trash cans, even in establishments with trash cans. There isn't a place to throw trash. It's like paper, plastic, cups, and then there's like a hole where you can pour excess liquid into. I don't know where the fuck you're supposed to put trash. So what happened is like I walked up to the trash can and I put my cup in because I finished my coffee. And then I was like looking at them thinking, what am I supposed to do? Like, I have no idea. I didn't want to put it in the wrong one and then soil everything. Because I know that in America, at least, if you put, like, garbage into the recycling, the whole thing gets spoiled and it just all goes to trash and stuff. Also, Sally Red, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Radios. My name is Ashley Martin. I'm the Roller Road Race Queen. I'll be racing on Twitch.tv. Welcome to my stream. I am just going over my trip to Japan. I hope that your stream went super duper well. And if you need to head out, I totally understand. I'm currently on, like, the second full day, so... Oh, we made such good time! 2 hours in the stream! Wow. Whenever it gets burned for electricity, you really can't go wrong putting stuff in there. Well, what happened is... I saw a relative today at Pee-Pee Slayers? What? What did you see? My long-lost cousin? Hyrax? Wow. If there's food in there, it might be already beyond recycling. Well, that's what I'm saying, is that I didn't want to, like, spoil any recycling, and it kind of seemed like it was all sort of recycling to some degree, but what happened is I walked up to the trash can and was, like, staring at it dead, like, what do I do? And I was, like, hovering between, like, different places to put it, and then a Japanese guy, like, walked up, and he, like, sort of looked at me funny, like, get out of the way. And so I stepped to the side, and he put his, like, took the lid off, and then put the plastic lid in the plastic section, and then dumped out the ice, and then put the paper cup into, like, the paper section, and then, like, put his tray up. And then he looked over at me, and then he, like, gestured. He was like, that goes in there. And he gestured to, like, the compost, to the burnable trash, and I was like, oh, but there's food. And then I showed it to him, and he was like, still goes in there. And then he walked away. I was like, oh, my savior. He helped me. I felt bad about, like, wasting the food, but, like, I had no choice, really. Only PET and cans are recycling? Yeah, I guess it's just there's no visuals for, like, garbage or food waste of any kind. So it was like, wow, I have no idea where to put this. Like, they separate out the ice and they separate out the plastic caps from the cup. I was shocked that they weren't like, put all your food trash in here. Biscaccia? Oh wait, that actually is my cousin. Hey, yo! That's my cousin Frank. Yeah, the random guy clutch. Again, I got helped by just a random citizen. I guess I probably wasn't getting helped by the end of my trip because I seemed like I knew what I was doing. But when I was like when I was visibly confused, it seemed like there was always somebody to help me. On the first day that somebody helped me that I talked about last stream, she knew English super well, but this guy was like perfectly like, he was fluent in hand gestures, or he was like, that goes there. And I was like, but my Twitch. You don't separate the paper cups from the plastic lids? I do, but because it's recycling, it'll all go in the same place in America. What happens is like I open it up and then I pour all the ice and liquid out and then I put it right back in. Like they both go in recycling because it's plastic and paper, you know? But when it was separated out, I was like, where did I put all this stuff? But yeah, that guy slipped in and saved the day. Viscacha's always like wise app. I actually have something Viscacha to show you guys when I do my hand cam. That's such cute packaging. I know! I don't know what this kanji is on the nose though. With the little black Shiba Inu. And then also the Mount Fuji shaped box. So cool. Hello, I gotta go eat me good night. Good night, Bloody Snow. Thank you for stopping in. Oh, and thank you for falling into the pit crew. Welcome. And also goodbye. Black Kuro? I think that's Kuro? Oh, that makes sense. Oh, wait, this also makes double sense because I got like the double chocolate pie. Oh, I guess this really is specific to the double chocolate pie because there's 2 different flavors. Ah, as in kuroi. What else would it be for? Humu humu naruhodo. Oh, and then I guess, wait, was this was this day? Wait, why did we go to McDonald's? Oh, I think it was because we went to McDonald's and only I got something. And then I was like, ugh. Wait, was it this day? Did we go to Mr. Donut this day? I guess we did. I don't even remember what day this was. I thought we didn't get to the, Mr. Donut on the first day. Now I'm confused. But anyway, no, I did. You wanted to get fries, I bet? I actually didn't get fries. I just got that one little chocolate pastry. You know, I think we just went into McDonald's on a whim where like Sister Martin was like, I want coffee. No, it had to have been this day. I think I just have it out of order that we went to McDonald's after because I remember waiting in line with my coffee from Excelsior to get into Mr. Donut, which maybe is frowned upon, I don't know. Because I didn't realize that Mr. Donut sold coffee, which is stupid in hindsight because it's literally a breakfast restaurant. But this is the Akihabara Misto, like 2 days before it closed. Forever. Rest in peace. There's so much walking that I ate so much and it was perfectly fine. I think actually... Oh no, my stream is breaking. Ah! Ah, ba 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 ba. Hello. Well, I guess it doesn't even matter. Oh no, my stream turned into a PowerPoint. For real this time. She bowed IRL. Everyone that was waiting for the Mr. Donut to open. Oh yeah, because we went a little bit early. It was like before 11. No, it was before 10 a.m. Wait, 10 a.m.? I think that's when the Mr. Donut open was 10 a.m. It was a little bit before 10 a.m. So I decided like, fuck it, I'm gonna line up, get in right away, make sure I get a Panda ring because I was worried that they were gonna run out of Panda rings because everybody was getting a Panda ring at the Akihabara Mr. Donut, okay? I like the drawing, hee hee. That's my glove. What do you mean? That's my uniform. I have to wear that. Everybody that was there was a foreigner, and almost everybody had Full Mocha merchandise. I remember I got my donut, and I went upstairs because Sister Martin had gone back to the hotel. She didn't want to go to Mr. Donut. I got my donut and I went to the upstairs because that's another thing about Japan. There's so much verticality. So there was an upstairs seating area for Mr. Donut, and that's where the iconic like Fuwamoka pictures are from. Was the upstairs of the Akihabara Mr. Donut, and every single window seat was taken by a fucking VTuber fan. I was like, ah! So I sat there and I waited with my uneaten pondering, and thankfully somebody got up really, really fast. And what happened actually was I was like, whatever, I don't want to wait to eat my donut. So I sat there for a little while and I was like, fuck it, I'll just take a picture like from far away. So I got up and then I held the donut up to like the window and like tried to obscure the other people's faces. And then one of the guys had like finished right that moment and he turned around and he almost knocked my pondering out of my hand, and I was like, ah! He was like, oh, you can sit now. And I was like, okay, sorry. He caught me taking like it was just a little embarrassing being caught taking a picture of like, well, why are you in the second floor of the Akihabara Mr. Donut taking a picture of pondering? Oh, I don't know. Why are you doing the same thing as me? I was like a little bit shy, I guess. I was like, I don't really want to talk about VTubers to anybody. As soon as they see you having a pondering, they know. They know! If you have a pondering and you're taking a picture of it in the second floor of the Akihabara of Mr. Donut, they know. Exactly. It felt like a Spider-Man pointing moment, but I was a bit shy and I was like, okay, thank you. And then I walked to the window and then I took this picture and then I ate my donut very fast and then I left. And then it was the Shinjuku day. This was a picture of Ashton Morton at the nail salon. Ruffians recognize other ruffians. Well, the thing is that I don't really have a lot of Fumoka merchandise. I mean, heavy respect. I fucks with them like crazy. But I'm gonna be real too. I didn't even know that Mr. Donut was that amazing until I got there and was eating that Pona ring. And then in that moment, I felt infinitely bow bow. I was like, I should listen to them more often because they know what the fuck they're talking about. I recognize that yellow hair anywhere. That's why I had to blur it out. So you guys wouldn't recognize me. I had to wear a hat. I had to cover it up. Wear a wig even. Got my hair done. Got my nails done. I actually just got my nails done. My hair looked the same way that it normally does. Crazy and yellow. Blonde, not green. Which definitely stands out in Japan. But anyway, I got my nails done, and then Sister Martin was getting her nails done. And Sister Martin, for some reason, didn't go anywhere while I was getting my nails done. And then when she was getting her nails done, I was like, peace. Like, I want to go explore. And so I walked around Shinjuku for like hours because hers took way longer because she got nail extensions, and I have like long claws naturally. So I just like went out and walked around, and I walked around for hours and I didn't take pictures. I went into this place called Shinjuku Marui Annex. I think I went into the wrong one though, because there's two. I went into one of the Shinjuku Marui Annexes, which has like 7 floors, and I went from like the top down and shopped so much for hours and hours. And this is the only picture I took of this like one baby pop-up, which just looked really cute. At the bottom it says like Marun Koron, I think. Marun Koron baby. I've really been on like some cutesy baby shit lately. It's just so cute. Then you wander around Shinjuku at night. I spent a ton of time in Shinjuku at late night. Ah, Reese! I actually did. My very first night in Japan, it was a capsule hotel in Shinjuku. And I didn't wander around too much because everyone was like, oh, be careful, Shinjuku at night, because it is right next to Kabukicho. Granted, it was a Sunday though, so it wasn't like super dangerous. But man, I feel like Shinjuku has such amazing vibes in those like sort of back streets. There's a lot of cool places to visit at night, but on that quiet Sunday night that was a little bit rainy on the back streets of Shinjuku was so cool. Kabukicho kind of epic though. For the little bit that I was there, I was like, this actually kind of rocks. I'm not scared at all. Granted, they probably weren't even like targeting me though, because the doltish foreigner that's going like, ooh, ah, probably said their target clientele. It was really fun. And really moody during the rain. Granted, it was really cold, so I didn't like to stay out in it that long, and I also didn't have an umbrella until like day 5. No, I had an umbrella for Disney Sea. But for some reason, I was just tanking the rain. When Sister Martin came, she was like, oh, this sucks. I'm going to buy an umbrella. And then when she did that, I was like, wait, why don't I do that? Why don't I do that? I was just being a moody in the rain, which is actually kind of epic and awesome. But yeah, I got my nails done in Shinjuku, and there was a really, really cool nail salon. And this is the first time that I realized, like, man, you can kind of do whatever the fuck you want building-wise in Japan. Like, there's no zoning laws, which is why there's so many, like, weird things right next to one another, and why it's so, like, vertical in the way that stuff is built. I didn't mention this. I kind of, like, started the tangent and then got distracted. I guess I knew AKB and AKB48 stood for Akihabara. I guess I kind of knew that. I just never really, and weirdly enough, despite all my years of being a weeaboo, I never like went out of my way to look at a map of Japan to go like, yes, how curious, and to like look at what Japan looked like. My only experience of like what Japan looked like was truly like the depictions I saw in anime, and even then I was like under the impression like most of these are severely dramatized. Like I wasn't able to be like, this is exactly what Akihabara and Shinjuku in Japan looks like, versus like this is some random visualization that looks Japanese but isn't an actual physical place you could visit in Japan. I had like really no distinction of whether or not that was something I could actually truly expect of Japan. So I had no idea what to expect. But the Don Quixote in Akihabara, nothing could have prepared me for going up the floors in the Don Quixote Akihabara. There's like 6 floors of Don Quixote. The 7th floor is an unaffiliated arcade, but the escalators connect to one another. So it's almost like an IKEA, like a tall IKEA, where like all the floors are the same place, and you can go between the floors with your basket and not pay, but you can't go up to this other place and with a basket and not pay. But there's no like stopping you. There's only like signs that signify like this is a different place. Don't bring your basket up here. You know what? Am I making any sense? It was just really confusing that like there wasn't like a beeper to say like, oh, go back downstairs, like you're holding merchandise that hasn't been bought. There wasn't like a person standing, there wasn't like a turnstile like to signify like this is a separate business, like you need to cross the threshold of the Don Quixote into the arcade. It's just, you're all of a sudden like in a different place, which felt really weird. And then above the fucking arcade is the stage where AKB48 performs. It was like the most bizarre thing ever. Concert venues are never on the 8th floor of a business. Never. That was so fucking mind-boggling. I never ever in my life gave thought as to where AKB48 would perform. You have to go up all the floors of the Don Quixote to get to the AKB48 stage. Is that not fucking weird? That's crazy. That was like the coolest thing about Japan, was like, this is unlike anything I've ever experienced before. And on the same topic as that, similar to zoning laws, it's so weird being in like a first world country that doesn't have laws that force buildings to come up to code. But granted, I don't know what the Japan building code is. It is so crazy going into certain places that were like built before like a certain era, maybe like 1980. I don't know if that's an exact year. It's just an example where like the steps are really fucking steep in a way that would just simply not be allowed in America. Like there is a code for how tall and how wide steps need to be in certain buildings of a certain zoning, even if they're built before a certain era, because steps are like a specific height and a specific rise and a specific run, so as to standardize it so people can like know what to expect when they're walking up and down. There is nothing like that in Japan. Every place is a crapshoot. It's just some places might have random steep stairs. Some places might have a ceiling that's like 7 feet tall, so you feel fucking like a Godzilla inside this incredibly tiny establishment. It's so bizarre. They have their own rigorous codes. They do, like, particularly when it pertains to earthquakes. That's definitely true. It's just crazy that, like, they don't for these other things that come to, like, they just seem so standard. Like, I just assumed that, like, another first world country that's so developed would have these similar standards that America has when it comes to, like, standardizing daily life, but they just don't. It was crazy. You might find a stairwell that's 1.5 feet wide. Hope no one's going the opposite direction. Yeah! Or like the really skinny escalators. It's crazy. That stuff just isn't allowed. And what I mean to say is, like, I'm sure they have codes now that specify that things have to be a certain height and a certain width and a certain blah, blah, blah. But it's just that they don't have anything in their law, it seems, that you are forced to update old things. So you find so many old things in places that are high traffic that seem like they should be updated because people could, like, hurt themselves, and they just aren't at all updated. And it probably is simply just that, like, people don't hurt themselves, and the general public can be trusted with these things in a way that the American general public simply cannot be. It was so shocking. I can't believe old Japanese steps look like that in residential houses. Grandma hips were shattered. Yeah, I'm skipping ahead, but I stayed in an Airbnb in Kyoto in an old house, like an old house that had been updated for modern day, and as in like the insulation had been changed, and like, oh, my music stopped, didn't it? The insulation had been changed and the kitchen had been modernized, but like the stairs were so fucking steep. It was crazy. They never let you, what I mean to say is, like, I don't know if anybody knows anything about like building code. They would never let you update a house in America with steps that steep without specifying that you need to change the steps. Like, that would not pass code. But there isn't such a thing in Japan. I kind of like it. It keeps you on your toes. Keeps you aware of your surroundings. But it was just, it's not that I dislike it. It was just so shocking to me. Like, that there wasn't some sort of standardization when it came to that sort of thing. The buildings are all so incredibly different from one another, but they're also really uniform in a lot of ways. Another really interesting thing, the fucking Mandarake complex in Akihabara. Oh my god. The outdoor stairwell is so funny. I took the elevator to the top floor and then like worked my way down, you know, like a robber, except the reverse, because when you're robbing a house, you want to like open the bottom thing first, so you like don't have to close them when you're like going through all the drawers. Anyway, it was like the reverse. You go to the top and then work your way down, and then you can just leave the establishment once you're done. Anyway, I took the elevator up to the 8th floor in the Mandarake complex in Akihabara, which I find quite simple, actually. Complex? Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if I'd call it that. And then when they were like, you could take the stairs if you dare, I was like, what the fuck does that mean? This was the first, like, tall place I'd ever entered the stairwell of. The stairs are outside! The stairs are on the outside of the building! It was insane! And I guess it's not really that insane because there are like outdoor stairs in America, but it just felt like so. Usually those are like the emergency exit stairs, the fire escape stairs. They're not like the stairs that you could just take on a whim. I was so shocked, but it was awesome. I was like, if you dare, what the fuck? And then I realized when I got out there, it's because it's kind of scary. It's kind of scary being like 8 floors up on this skinny little staircase. Let me find something else to play. But yeah, the architecture in Japan is just so like cobbled together, and I fucking love it. I'm obsessed with it. It's so cool. Shopper beware. You're in for a stare. That's not a beware for me. I actually love to observe stairs. That's why I'm a VTuber. G. Bah. More pings. I can't escape them. Anyway, that was my tangent about that. I wanted to talk about that. I just didn't find the time, so I did a little tangent just now. You'll have to forgive me. Oh, and then I walked around Shinjuku for a couple hours, spent some money, put that stuff in coin lockers. It started to rain really fucking hard, which sucked. And then Sister Martin finished her nails, and we went to the Kiranin Revolution Cafe! Ah, another raid! Oh jeez. It's Anarchy! Thank you for the raid! Welcome everybody, my name is Ashton Martin. I'm the ruler of Race Connectivity to Racing on Twitch.tv. I am just recapping my trip to Japan, and I'm currently on day 3! We're 2 hours into the stream! Yippee! I hope the stream went super well, and if you need to head out, I totally understand. We're just gonna get right back into it with the Kiranin Revolution Cafe. So for those who don't know, Kiranin Revolution is a very old idol manga that I was a really big fan of when I was younger. Actually, I was like such a big proponent of Kiranin Revolution that I was watching Kiranin Revolution when it wasn't getting subbed. It was so unpopular in the Western sphere because it's literally like a little girls anime, and not the kind of little girls anime that like old men like, the way that like magical girl shows are popular. Have fun, bye. Okay, bye. Ooh, hot chocolate. Ooh. I finally got lactose-free milk. And I've been drinking like 3 cups of what is it, Godiva? No, it's Ghirardelli hot chocolate. Oh, so fucking good. But no, Kidnapping Revolution was like a little kids show that like adult men didn't like, so it barely got translated. And there's like 100 fucking episodes because it's one of those really long running shoujo anime, and it has a really long manga too. And I was a huge fan of it. And specifically, if you guys have ever heard of Balalaika, it's a song that I sang in my very first Chinchilla Live, or you've heard the Gachimuchi version, Yaranaika. That is from this anime, and it's sung by the idol Koharu Kusumi from Morning Musume. And now this manga wasn't made with her in mind, but it was like a special tie-in where like when they decided to turn it into an anime, they cast Koharu Kusumi as Kirarin, and she is the one that appears in all the music videos. She sings all the songs. I don't think she voice acts her. I think it's just her singing voice that Koharu Kusumi is her singing voice. But I'm also a big fan of Koharu Kusumi, probably mostly as a result of Kirarin Revolution. So basically, this is like the perfect cafe to go to, and it was super cutely themed, and it actually was surprisingly good tasting. I hear a warning a lot from people that go to like these pop-up cafes, particularly the Final Fantasy XIV cafe, where they're like, yeah, it's like fun and cute, but it's fucking expensive and doesn't taste good. I thought it tasted really, really good. And so what Sister Martin and I got, and Sister Martin likes it in like a, you know, nostalgic aesthetic way. She was never like into Kirarin Revolution or Koharu Kusumi, but she knew what Balalaika was. She likes it in like a retro Nico Nico Doga sort of way. Basically, she's a poser. I know you're excited. Remember to breathe though, love. Wait, does it sound like I'm not breathing? Am I really talking that fast? I guess I have been pretty excited in the past 20 minutes. Man, I've been like out of breath. There was like a moment earlier in the stream where I said blah, 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 and then I went and I gasped at the end. Actually though, I talk so fast for the most part that I feel like you're very turbo. It is expensive though. It was a little expensive. Did you look up the prices for this? It just makes it, I don't ever point it out whenever I'm talking so fast and then I gasp, because I always assume that I'm gasping because I'm like because I'm like really unathletic. I just assume that I'm gasping like a little fat kid. Like, oh, fucking talking tires you out. But this is what Sister Martin and I got. She doesn't even know who this fucking character is, psh, but it did taste pretty good. This is like the peach soda, and then this is like the Na-san ice cream float. Na-san is the cat of Kirarin in the manga and the anime. Didn't you take a bunch of energy drinks to power through tonight? No, I drank like half an energy drink. This is like action on half an energy drink. The only time I've ever like had a lot of caffeine was that one stream at the start of this year when I took like 2 shots of espresso. Now that was a lot of caffeine. I think that this can of energy drink only has, how much caffeine does it have? 200 milligrams from coffee. And one shot of espresso has around 150. And I've only drank about half of this can. So this is just like pure Ashton energy right now. It's not double espresso speed, but you're fast tonight. I don't know why. I'm just excited, I guess. But anyway, this is the food that we got. We got the tiramisu. She like makes a fucked up tiramisu and like tries to get the guy in the manga to eat it. And this was like an interpretation of her tiramisu that actually tasted really, really good. Oreo cookie and tiramisu together taste really delicious. Is that a mushroom? It's a chocolate mushroom. It's like a little mushroom that's covered in chocolate and then like a Pocky stick and stuff. Yep, buildup, it's normal for a bit of flooding. Exactly. That's actually why, like, the more that I put the stream off, the more stressed out about it I got, because I was like, I'm gonna have so much to talk about. I'm gonna have so much to show, and it's gonna be such a long stream. It's like daunting knowing that I'm like on the precipice of like a 6-hour long stream, you know? But it's only been 2 hours. Anyway, I got the Na-san ice cream float. Na-san is her cat, who's super duper cute. And I love him very much. And this tasted fucking good. This was like yogurt flavored drink and then vanilla ice cream on top. And little cardboard ears for the cat. And this is like a peach soda. And this was a tiramisu, like I said, which is very delicious. What? And then After this, we walked in the rain, we traipsed in the rain, and our pants got wet, which sucked really bad because we needed to go back to the hotel to pack to go to Soda Mama's house. So here is that. We went over to Soda Mama's house, which was a bit of a hike. And we got dinner with her and her friend Kana. And Kana is who was going to go to Disney with us the next day. And we went and got, I forget where this was. It was like, it's not Sushi Row. Oh, what's the name of it? Sushi Row. Hazama Sushi? I forget. But anyway, this is a picture that Soda Mama took just completely of her own volition because I only ordered salmon. I ordered like a bunch of salmons and she thought it was funny, so she took a picture of me and my salmons. I love the model, so you get a follow. Thank you. Oh, Hama Sushi, that's what it was. Hama Sushi. And it was very, very delicious. And something that's really interesting that you guys might not know is that there's like tiers to sushi in Japan where it's like omakase is the top and then like kaiten sushi, which is the sushi on the revolving, you know, the moving walkway. And this is kaiten sushi, and kaiten sushi is at the bottom. And I was surprised because at the kaiten sushi place, Hama Sushi, that we went to, and this is true of all kaiten sushi places, they don't give you a little like dish for soy sauce. They do that in America, but everywhere that I went that was like super cheap sushi, the way that Hama Sushi was cheap sushi, that's the word I was thinking of. Conveyor belt, duh. Also, Ashton, this is like complete accident too. I was just like, the only things that I was interested in ordering were the salmons. That looks good though. It was so good. It was super good. I actually probably should have eaten more. Yeah, you just pour it on. When you get cheap sushi, the way that you put the soy sauce on is that you pour it. Funny enough. She has a type. What can I say? Big, pink, and oily. Grill. I love Hamazushi. I want to go back. You gotta get Toro though. I ended up getting Toro sushi somewhere else at like a standing sushi place, and man, the tuna in Japan is like truly unbeatable. The fatty tuna has such a different taste than American fatty tuna. Is so good. And I took a picture of this. I stayed at Soda Mama's and she was like, "Oh, don't worry, Ashton. Like, I'll give you my face wash and my body wash if you need to take a shower, and I'll give you pajamas." And this is the pajama shirt she gave me. It's a Bucky's sweater. So I'm almost positive that Roby gave this to her. But yeah, this is what I slept in to get well rested. Oh, I guess I should also mention like the stuff that I did at Soy Mama's. I played with all her rodents. Well, I guess I didn't do too much because at this point I was still pretty jet lagged and I was worried about going to Tokyo Disney, so I wanted to make sure I got a bunch of sleep. So I ended up going to sleep actually pretty early at her place. I did play with my cousins and my sisters. I played with Ofuro the chinchilla, and Soda Mama has multiple rodent cages. There's Ofuro the chinchilla, who's alone, and then she has two guinea pigs, Chai and Bitter, who are very iconic. She's drawn them and they're super duper cute. And then there's also the three rats whose names are escaping me. That's what Roby-chan gave me. I knew it! I was like, this has to come from Roby, this Bucky shirt. And then I got to wear it too. Also, Gear Graphic and Kevin Denner, thank you for following to the picture. Welcome. Oh wait, also Gear Graphic, thank you for the compliment. I got ADHD brained and I forgot to respond. But yeah, Chai and Bitter. I will say that even though I love Ofuro, he was a bit sassy. And then the three rat girls were, whose names I can't forget. Are chinchillas pretty common pets in Japan? No, definitely no. But I think exotic pets as a whole are more common in Japan than they are in America. Like in America, you're like, everybody has a dog basically. But if you're gonna have a pet in Japan, I feel like it's like 50% cat or dog, or 50% like something weird. Two sassy chillas fighting for control. Yeah, he saw too much of himself in me. Have you seen the alien site that Roby worked on for years? I have. I actually screenshotted a mistake and sent it to Roby the first day that it was live. I was like, you messed this up. And they were like, fuck! But they were thankful. Want to have it completely polished. But yeah, I combed through that website with a fine tooth comb. Fine tooth brush. I picked the little ticks out of it like a monkey. Yeah, like river otters and stuff. Our fucking monkey's pretty common, man. Same thing as I said before, basically. Like, there's basically a 50% likelihood that like somebody's gonna have like a weird ass pet. I can't say like what weird ass pet they're gonna have, but it's definitely more common than anywhere else in the world, I think. But that's true. Sorry Mama said that Chai and Bitter relaxed on Maya and Sister Martin's lap. And yes, I think that Chai and Bitter were the standout. I have literally never handled the guinea pig that calm. And they were squeaking like crazy. It was so cute. Chai and Bitter, like the cutest guinea pigs ever. They were so sweet. The 3 rat sisters were a little bit skittish and they only wanted to play with their mama and stuff. Did you take pics of your cousins and sisters? No, because I was holding them. Soda Mama took all the pictures. Soda Mama took so many pictures of me. I'll get to this tomorrow in the slides, but the Soda Mama taking pictures of me like the sushi thing is gonna be a theme, which I thought was quite humorous. I really didn't expect. I expected Soda Mama to take a picture of like my acrylic standee, or like a beautiful vista of Tokyo Disney Sea, and then like to draw me in. But no, she like took a bunch of pictures of me, like me, which I thought was so funny because I was thinking like, you can't do anything with those, Sorry Mama. I'm undercover right now. But it was so much fun. She was like taking pictures of me interacting with the characters at Disney, like playing around with like the wheel on the pirate ship. She loves me. Sorry Mama loves me, huh? She's too short to touch my big chilla ears though. She's a small mama. It must be odd to have such a tall daughter. Where was I? Oh, I was talking about Chai and Bitter. I have only ever met skittish guinea pigs. I've only ever met guinea pigs that like definitely do not want to be held. And Chai and Bitter, it's not that they didn't want to be held, but they settled in fast. They were like a little bit squirmy, and then they sat down. And I think it's Bitter, the black one of hers, that has like a very funny coat. It's like, I've only ever held guinea pigs that have like little hair whirls that go in funny directions, but they're ultimately like pretty soft. Sorry Mama's guinea pig is like an entirely different fur type altogether that I've never seen in real life before. It was like a bristle brush, like a boar brush that you brush horses with. It was like the funniest texture ever. I'm so happy you guys got to meet. I'm so happy too. I wonder if Sorry Mama's gonna like make a post about it, but her reaction to like the things that I would say was always like really humorous. I wasn't like speaking Japanese in a particularly funny or cutesy way, but she kept laughing at me. She laughed at me so much. Rex? I don't think it was Rex because it wasn't a specific curl pattern. Because I know that there's Rex mice and there's like Rex chinchillas that I've seen. It wasn't such a specific wave. Maybe. Let me look up a Rex guinea pig. Oh, you're right. It is a Rex guinea pig. Whoa, yeah, it was a Rex guinea pig. Aw, they're all so cute. Yeah, Bitter is a Rex guinea pig, which I didn't know, and she was very funny feeling, but so cute. Also, Obelisk and Heart of Justice, thank you guys for following. Join the picker, welcome. I'm sorry, I was busy yapping, so I missed it. But I'm trying to think what else. There's a lot of fun moments with Sore Mama that were so funny. Sore Mama is just such a funny. I'm gonna totally expose her, although I'm speaking English, so she probably doesn't even understand me right now anyway. She was writing down things. Oh wait, I just realized I didn't include something. I'm gonna pull this up right now. I'm gonna expose her. One second. I have to expose her. How could I forget this? Oh my goodness. Sore Mama she was so like enamored with the things I would say. And I wasn't even saying weird things, but she told me that it was because I speak like a gyaru. Apparently I speak Japanese like a gyaru, because I'd say like majide. I'd say majide. I don't know any keigo. I don't know any formal Japanese because I never learned Japanese in a formal setting. But I only ever learned it from anime, so I only ever picked up casual Japanese. Look at, I'm so sorry, Sore Mama. I'm about to expose you. I wonder if I can just post this into OBS. Damn. I wish that they would just let you copy and paste pictures. Most improper for shame. Okay, well, to be fair, I would say, like, to Japanese people, like, I'm sorry, I don't know Keigo. Which I think is good enough where they'd be like, oh, it's fine then. I'm sure if I was just, like, speaking Keigo, like, an improper Japanese, they'd be like, foreigner speaking to me casually, but because I was like, I'm sorry, I don't know Keigo, a lot of them were like, oh, it's fine, zen, iyo. Zen, iyo. Here we go. Sore Mama, I'm sorry, I have to expose you. Look at this. Wow, it's huge! I don't even know that I don't think that she knows that I took this picture. Look at this. I can't believe I forgot this in my fucking PowerPoint. Look at this. I took this Snoopy picture of her. Look at this. There's a folder on her phone of pictures of me and videos of me. When she pulled it up to show a clip to Kana, I was like, what? But why? What? Yo, dedicated videos and pictures of me? I was in shock. And it's even labeled. It's labeled Ashitone Heart Machin. What? Look at that! I was so embarrassed. She pulled this shit up within seconds to show something to Kana. And I got a picture of it. I thought it was so funny. Once I got over the embarrassment of like, stop, Mom, stop! The Ashton folder. I was like, that's actually hilarious. I mean, I love Sore Mama. And I know that Sore Mama loves me. But I didn't think Sore Mama loved me that much for her to like save pictures and videos of me to like laugh at offline. Sore Mama's just so enigmatic. I didn't realize she loved me this much. But yeah, I can't believe I forgot to put that into my PowerPoint. Alright, I think we can move on to the next slide. That's enough Sore Mama stories. We had such good conversations between Kana, me, and her, and then like Sister Martin was just right there because she doesn't know enough Japanese. Occasionally I'd translate and be like, oh, they're talking about like this and this, and she'd be like, oh, okay. And Sister Martin knows like buzzwords, and she mostly knows Japanese from anime too, so she can understand, but she like wouldn't chime in because she doesn't know Japanese. She doesn't know enough Japanese to like form a sentence. I at least know enough to be like to caveman speak, like noun verb? Noun verb? Noun verb? Oh my god, you know what was happening too? Especially because I was with Kana, who is Sore Mama's friend, and then Sore Mama herself. Because I was around them and they like don't really know English. According to them, Sore Mama understands my English like during my streams enough. But she says like she really doesn't know English like at all. She didn't speak any English to me, so I would say that like we only ever spoke in Japanese to one another. It was like caveman speak so effective. It is. And I mean, what was funny, I think I mentioned this during my last stream too. I almost always got Nihongo Jozu whenever I was trying the least. Like if I just woke up and like I was like, hi. They'd be like, oh, sugoi Nihongo Jozu, which is like, fuck you, man. I know you're making fun of me. At first I would just be like, thanks. And then when I was like really doing not Nihongo Jozu, when I was like doing super bad and they go like, haha, Nihongo Jozu in a sarcastic way, I'd be like, no. Jozu janai. Shut up. I didn't care about that. Soryu really can respond in English. That's what she was saying. She didn't really speak any English to me. We only ever spoke in Japanese, but what was happening is like, I would speak to Sore Mama in Japanese, in like shitty Japanese. I'd listen to Kana and her speak in Japanese, and then I would like speak back in Japanese, and then I would turn to Sister Martin and be like, ano, yeah, ano, nante yuka, ano, and then I'd realize like I'm fucking speaking Japanese to my stupid sister, like. First of all, she doesn't know what I'm talking about. Second of all, this is fucking cringe and embarrassing. Honto Nihongo Jozu. Yeah. That made Soremama laugh when I was like, yeah. And I don't know why I kept making her and Kana laugh just by like speaking Japanese. My Japanese is that bad that it's like actually just humorous to hear. Sorry, English genius. That's your Nihongo Jozu, but for English. I'm so curious. But yeah, not only does Soremama have a folder of pictures of me and videos of me to call upon whenever she desires, she was writing down my interactions with her and Kana, which is so interesting because I thought that Soremama was going to like make a comic or a post about it, but I find this to be like especially endearing, which is why I guess I wasn't so surprised by the end of the trip when I realized like she was just taking pictures of me and wasn't going to do anything with them. She's a sentimental girl. She just like wants them to remember her fun trip. I thought like, oh, maybe Soremama's gonna like make a comic about me and Kana talking to one another, or like, oh, she'll like draw over this picture. And when she didn't, I'm not saying I'm disappointed by the ending. I'm not saying that you have to do this either, Soremama. Like, you are a busy woman, like a really busy woman, and you have your own stuff to work on. I realized like she just has like such a pure heart. Like, she just wants these pictures for the memories. And I thought that was like so sweet. Like, oh, it really is. It's not for content. It's pure love. Ah! I just thought it was really cute in hindsight. I love taking pictures. I don't want to forget my memories. Hazikachi. It's a little embarrassing though. Chotto hazikachi. Demo. Suki. It was really nice that we got to meet and visit. We haven't even got to the bulk of the visit. Jeez, you guys, this is gonna be more than one stream because I'm getting tired. It's already 11 p.m. This will have to bleed over into tomorrow. Hopefully, a racetrack won't work me to the bone. How many? Let me see what slide I'm on. I'm gonna have to fucking hurry. Fuck! It's slide 19. It's slide 19 in 114 slides. Okay, we gotta move on. Next day, October 30th, Tokyo Disney Sea. We're cooked. I'm sorry, and my voice is hurting too. You know what I should do? I should eat one of those goos. I'm gonna go get one of those goos right now. So you're insane for thinking you can get through 114 slides in a day. I was kind of powering through them at the start, and then I got caught up on the tangent. Yaps. So I got these on the recommendation of the illustrious Mint Phantom. I saw her talking about these throat syrups, herbal dietary supplement with honey and loquat. They're like Chinese, and apparently Seiyu and idols use them to replenish their vocal cords. And I meant to use it after my first 5.5 to 6 hour stream about Japan, and then fuck, it didn't open. And then I forgot. And also I'm nervous because it's like goo. Oh, speaking of goo, I've been trying to... Okay, this is how I know that I'm getting 21 years old. I'm really getting up in there in age. 21 again. I'm considering... And again... This is like... Just the absolute ego on me is fucking mind-boggling. I'm considering training to run for a marathon. Do I do any cardio? No. I hate cardio, actually. But I just think, you know, I should. I'm getting that urge. I'm getting older every year, 21 every year. You need to do so much. What motivated you? I really want to... Oh no. I want to have a reason to eat the energy gels. I'm afraid to take pre-workout and eat an energy gel without having like the proper outlet, because I heard that it makes your like skin feel like bugs are underneath it. But I don't want to like not be able to have the outlet for it. I'm just really curious as to what they taste like, and I think like, well, if I'm gonna eat the thing, I might as well start running. That's such an ass reason. I'm really interested in what it's like to eat one of the goos and like feel a Super Saiyan power up in the middle of a marathon. No, but it's about the circumstances, right? Also, I don't really like the taste of honey, so I'm curious as to... You have a squat redeem? But what if I get rhabdo, you guys? What if I get rhabdo and then my body starts to eat itself and then it falls apart into my bloodstream and then it goes to my heart and I die? Certainly I won't get rhabdo running a marathon on a whim. Did you just make up a word? No, it's a real thing. It's when you like work out way too hard that your body starts to like eat itself and you can die from it. Look at rhabdomyolysis. Look it up. It wasn't that bad. I squeezed it out and then had to suck it up. Oh, it tastes good. It's good. It's fine. I like the taste of it. It's just making me gag. It's making me gag. I feel like this is gonna upset my stomach. I'm eating a throat goo. Sorry, I squeezed some more out. I don't know why I gasped like I'm about to get in a car crash like my mom. Okay, well, oh, I really don't. It's hard to swallow it. It's just difficult. I'm fine. It's just like swallowing viscous things is hard. It's like the one texture that I find really difficult to... I thought you said it was yum. The taste is actually quite good. I actually like it. It isn't honey forward, which I'm thankful for. It tastes like a cherry cough drop. It's a little bit like minty and herbal and a little bit honey sweet, but it's like it's like the texture and also how much there is. It's like a mouthful of a goo. Just gotta squirt it back. You gotta swallow it before it hits the back of your throat. That's the technique. I wonder, well, is it like a... I wonder if it's like a toothpaste situation where like you're not supposed to drink water afterwards because then you'll like rinse off all the good stuff on your teeth. Or if I drink water to get the taste to go away, if it'll just like get rid of like the coating on my throat, which is the whole point of taking the goo. Some more Ashtontism. I mean, it is a texture thing. Oh my god, I'm getting like so many fucking pings tonight, dude. It's like non-stop. I need to close Discord. But then, you know what it is? I'm like fighting against myself. I want to have Discord open and streamer mode turned off because I want to be able to get a call. Like when Mario called me on stream and I didn't get it. It was because I had streamer mode disabled. Or streamer mode enabled. So I've had it disabled since then. But because of that, I get so many fucking pings. I can go through every single one of my Discords to enable and disable pings at will. Also, Rewa Killer, thank you for following the pick crew. Welcome. Wait, really? I thought you want to run a marathon but can't ingest the goo without gagging. Well, that's my first time. I was just wishful thinking, I guess, that I could swallow the goo without wanting to throw it up. That's my first time ever attempting goo swallowing. Because I'm a Seiso girl. Alright, we'll get to Tokyo Disney right now. That's a great clip material. That one's for free. You guys, aren't I such a beloved and lovable streamer? It must be like so awesome to fantasize about me whenever I get any chance. I say like, I don't do that. I'm a Seiso girl. I would never do such a thing. I know you guys watch me full of lust. Those are going wild long ago. The goo talk. Nah. It just makes it more enticing. Hello, Dr. Dreads. Ew, I don't like when you say it though. Wild thing to say. What do you mean? I thought this was the sort of thing that you liked, Eds. Watching out of hate and spite. You're literally showing us your gag reflex. I know, it's like, despite everything about me, despite being a literal anime girl, designed with bang boom body in mind, like the symbol of sex when it comes to like art, you know, moving, walking, talking art, the pure visage of love and lust, and I'm just showing off like everything about me that's completely unlikable, like my intense gag reflex. My intense gag reflex and my complete unsexiness. But I think that's Gap Moe, isn't it? It's Gap Moe that I'm like that I'm like this. Anyway, let's not talk about this during Tokyo. Tokyo Disney Sea rather. Amazing Gap Moe Esquire. There's a word that I'm trying to think of and I can't think of it. Maybe icon? Having a gag reflex is Gap Moe. We gotta workshop it. Anyway, back on topic. We're gonna talk about Disney Sea. Disney Sea. This is the second Disney park in Japan, and it took me a stupidly long time to realize that they named it Disney Sea because the other is Disneyland. Because in my mind, Disneyland is just one word. It's like, duh, Disneyland. Oh, duh, Disney World. I guess it does make sense where they would go Disney Sea. Next, they're gonna go Disney Air. There's gonna be a blimp, a flying blimp, steampunk style. That would be cool. That seems like something that they would put in Disney Sea though, because the theming of Disney Sea is very much like adventure, like Disney Earth, Disney Space. They already got that in Epcot though. Disney Fire, Disney Water, but that's Disney Sea. Disney Air could be a tower. That's true. Is there a mnemonic to know which one is world and which one is land in America? I never remember. No. You just have to be a Disney adult. Disney World is the one in Florida because it's really, really big and has all the parks. And then Disneyland is the one in California because it's the first one. There's like really no reason. But anyway. There was something that I wanted to say about Disney Sea. I guess that's the only mnemonic, but there isn't really a reason as to like why. You can't really remember which is which. I mean, actually, maybe think about it this way. Disney World is the bigger one. And the bigger one wouldn't be in California because that sort of land would cost way too fucking much. That's how you can think of it. That's how you can remember the distinction. And then you think they probably bought a bunch of swampland in Florida for hella cheap, and then that's how they were able to make it so big. That's how you can remember the difference between the two. But it's not really a mnemonic. Disneyland is a good one because no gators. I don't know. Anyway, Disney Sea. What was I about to say about it? Disney Sea. It's the second. Oh, also, fun fact. Tokyo Disneyland and Tokyo Disney Sea are the only parks in the world that are not fully owned by Disney. So, fun fact. Tokyo Disney Sea is half owned by Disney and half... and Disneyland as well. All the Japan parks, they're half owned by Disney and half owned by the Oriental Land Trading Company, which means that Disney does not have as much of a grip on the parks and can only get like half a say into what goes into them and the merchandising and stuff, which means that the merchandising and the parks are very, very unique compared to the other Disney parks. I would argue that Tokyo Disney is pretty similar to Shanghai and Hong Kong. However, that is a direct result of Tokyo Disney and the popularity of it in the Asia sphere because it caters very much to the preferences of Japanese people and maybe Asians as a whole because it is very heavily themed. It isn't so heavy on the IPs the way that the American parks are. It's a trend in the American parks, particularly in World and particularly in like places where the... Wow, that goo really worked. It made my throat stop hurting. I gotta eat more of those. The only problem is that's probably gonna upset my stomach. Anyway, it's becoming more and more of a trend in America to put the IPs into stuff that didn't previously have IPs because that's an obvious surefire way to make money in Disney's eyes, although it like really hurts the enthusiasts for the parks, even though they're the ones spending the most money. Anyway, I won't get into that discussion. Oh, Miggy, thank you for resubscribing and saying a sponsor. Welcome back. Oh wait, geez, I didn't do any of my sponsor Woo! What the heck? I didn't do any sponsor recognition from the start of the stream because I spent so long yapping. Oops. I'll do that at the end. I apologize. Anyway, I'll get off my stupid Disney rant, my stupid Disney adult rant. Basically, Tokyo Disney is very much vibes based, and it's also very unique in that it sort of is like the embodiment of what Walt Disney wanted for Disneyland in California when he first made it. Disney did not have a lot of IPs when Disneyland was first created, but he envisioned he envisioned Disneyland as more of like a fantastical park with references to iconic literature, which is why there's Huck Finn Island and Journey to the Center, not Journey to the Center of the Earth, 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea was also a thing in Disneyland. And basically, it was very fantastical, storybook related, like popular literature, and had a focus on like, had a feeling of like, I'm brain farting because I'm streaming right now. Basically, his initial vision for Disney was very like whimsical and like, look how far imagination can take you, whereas now it's very much like IP based, like there's a Moana ride, there's a Snow White ride, oh let's turn Splash Mountain, although Splash Mountain was always IP based, whatever, you get what I mean. Oh, let's turn the Viking ride in Epcot into a Frozen ride, so then the whole area is Frozen themed. At one point in time, Epcot had no IP theming to it. It was like just this vision of like a future colony, and then like the World's Showcase, like a permanent World's Fair showcase, and now it has a bunch of theming, like the Remy ride in France, and then so on and so forth. But Tokyo Disney is very much vibes based, and I think they only really allow IPs in when they're popular in Japan, and they also have like a strong theming to them. So There is the Frozen and Rapunzel part of the park. However, a big thing in Disney Sea in particular, there is a lot of IP in Tokyo Disney as well. A big thing in Disney Sea is that it's very unique and follows in the same vein as like Walt Disney's initial vision for Disneyland, which is that it's very whimsical and has theming based on popular historical novels, specifically Jules Verne's 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea and Journey to the Center of the Earth. And those are the most iconic parts of Disney Sea. So that's the kind of thing that you can expect about Disney Sea compared to Disney World and Disneyland if you've ever been to one of those and you don't know what to expect. Okay, that was my spiel about Tokyo Disney Sea. Another spiel incoming is that they just added in a new area to Disney Sea called Fantasy Springs. And this is an area that is incredibly difficult to get into. It's less so now than it was before when it first dropped. And because Japanese people love lining up, you have to line up at like 5 a.m. and the park opens at like 8, I think, to get into the park, to be able to get onto the app, to get tickets to get into Fantasy Springs and onto the rides in Fantasy Springs. It's fully ticket-based at this point in time because it's still so popular. And you have to do it like... You have to get in line very early. So that's what Kana did. Kana is a big Disney buff and she knew exactly what to do. So Soda Mama and Sister Martin and I all stayed at her place and we woke up, we all got ready together and then went to Disney where Kana was already in line, ready for us to join her in line to get into the parks, to get into Fantasy Springs, which we did, which is super exciting. And Fantasy Springs has a new Frozen ride, a new Rapunzel ride, and a new Peter Pan ride. And it's overall really interestingly themed. And there's a new hotel that is very whimsically themed as well. So this was a big ticket item to be able to get into because it's really new. It just came out this year. It's still difficult to get to. Sometimes you can get to the park like midday and there's tickets, but on the day that we went, I think it was rather busy, so we were pretty lucky to get tickets. Unfortunately, it was raining and shitty when we got there, but it did clear up within a couple hours, and I told this story on stream last night, but I first intended... Oh, and because it was around Halloween... We were able to get the rides too. We got Frozen and we got Rapunzel, but we didn't get the Peter Pan ride because I wasn't that interested in the Peter Pan ride. I was much less interested in it because it's very screen based and I don't really care about screen based rides. I think that the Peter Pan rides in America are much better. But we did get the 2 rides, which is super exciting. We got Rapunzel and we got Frozen, and I have pictures of both of those that I can talk about too. So we get into the park, it's raining and shitty, which does suck. It takes a little while for it to clear up, but it does eventually clear up. So first things first, by the suggestion of Soda Mama's friend Kana, we go into the... I guess I'll start from the beginning. So we take the train to Maihama, which is where Tokyo Disney Sea is. It's right on the Sea of Japan. Wait, is it the sea or the ocean? I think it's right on the ocean. Yeah, that's the ocean right there. Or no, that's right on the bay. I don't know. There's some geography, Japan. Anyway, the water is ocean water, but I think it's a Bay of Japan. Yeah, it's a Bay of Tokyo. Exactly. I rode Peter Pan, but wasn't able to get to the others. Did you like it? Yeah, fuck Peter Pan. Kana-chan wa mecha Disney otaku. What's interesting is that she didn't kind of give off mecha Disney otaku vibes. She was like going hard by getting there really early, but she wasn't like super duper knowledgeable. And also, she didn't really like the rides that much. I have so many stories about today. But anyway, we start by taking the train to Maihama. It's super duper crowded. This is the only crowded train I took in Japan. Like, packed sardines. People were pushing. And that was my first and only experience in Japan with like a super early packed morning train. Because everyone's trying to fucking go to work. Meanwhile, I'm going to Disney, bitch! So we get there and then you get off and then you need to get back on to the monorail. And this is a really fun fact that I just think is so silly. You tap in and out of the public transit in Japan with like a Suica card or basically an IC card that has a fare on it. The Tokyo Disney monorail is also Suica. It's so crazy. I didn't know that at all. So I tap out of the train. We go into the initial store to look for ears. There's like a store by Tokyo Disney. We're looking for ears for Sister Martin because she wants a specific pair of ears. And I love Land's Beauty and the Beast. Oh, I really want to go to Tokyo Disneyland too. I didn't know that. I thought that was so silly. I assumed it would be like either free monorail or like a specific Disney ticket. But no, like you use the actual like Japan Universal IC card to use the monorail at Disney. I thought that was so funny. So we go into this first shop, we look around, we get this amazing thing that's only in fucking Tokyo Disney, which is crazy to me because it's so incredibly useful. It's an ear holder, which is super useful too because it's been raining, so we have to have the umbrella out, and the umbrella kept knocking into my ears, which is super annoying. Whereas my normal ears, I can just put them down in the rain so no water gets in. Whereas the Mickey ears, they're like bobbing against the umbrella. It was really annoying. So I got this ear holder that clipped onto my fanny pack, which was so convenient and cool. And I'm going to show you guys when I have my hand cam stream and show off everything that I got in Japan because I loved it so much. And so we got that. And then we get on the monorail. And this picture up in the top right here, this is the monorail. There's the handrail, the hand holders were Mickey shaped, which is very, very cute. And so it connects the hotels and the parks, and so we ride it for a couple stops to get to Tokyo Disney Sea. And this is what you see when you come inside. Right inside, it's Italian themed, which is super interesting. So there's this like Italian coast looking, yeah, fuck Europe, I could just go to Tokyo Disney Sea and get enough Europe for one trip. I like Sea because it feels like it's in Italy. Wait, sorry mama, have you ever been to Italy before? I wonder what it's like, if I can compare it. It's about as wet as you'd expect Italy to be. Man, but I can't put off going to Italy that long though because it's gonna fucking sink. At least, what is it? Not Verona. What am I thinking? Verona. Venice. Venice is gonna sink probably within this next century. Italy isn't wet. When Venice floods, you have to wear like rain boots because there's like a foot of water around the entire city. I love Volcano Pompeii. Oh, that's right! Because Roby's love for Rome has rubbed off on Soremama. No, all of Italy, all of City would be underwater. Like it's fucking Gotham. The Riddler won. I mean, where else in Italy is worth going to? Venice is like the city of love, isn't it? No, that's Paris. Wait, why should I go to Italy at all? Rome, Florence. Man, this just goes to show I have no idea. I kind of thought that they were next to one another. I thought they were pretty similar to one another. Rome. No. See, this is common for people. This is common for Japanese people to mix up. It's an L and R. It's loam. That's the kind of sand. You're welcome, Shindigs. Anyway, we're back to Tokyo Disney Sea. You walk in and there's this big globe that's on this waterfall thing, and then it's Italy themed and it's interesting. It's cool, I think. Tasty loam. Nutritious soil. Oh, and so the first thing we did was we were walking over to our very first ride. So because Kana was so fast with getting tickets, she was able to get us tickets into Fantasy Springs for like basically right after we got into the park, which is super awesome. So, but I was a little bit hungry and my sister wanted coffee, so we stopped into a restaurant on the way there, and she got coffee and I got a soda and some french fries. And so we took a picture with all of our stuff. One hand is Kana and one hand is Soremama, and the french fries are me. I'm doing a peace sign with my french fries, so I took a picture with the beaver and Soremama, and also the dog from Ariel. What's his name? Maximilian? Because Kana was wearing an Ariel themed outfit, which was super duper cute. She was wearing an Ariel Disneyland. Oh, and that's another thing that I was about to mention. That's why I like trailed off for a second there. I was gonna mention something and forgot about it. Because it's so close to Halloween, you can dress up in like real Disney outfits. Like you could put in an actual Disney princess outfit and go to the Disney parks around Halloween in Japan. And so there were a bunch of people in cosplay. There's a bunch of cosplayers. Twisted Wonderland, Elsa. Dude, there was a white Elsa in this like kind of ugly wig that was like lapping up the attention. Because there wasn't an Elsa face person out in the world anywhere, but there was her, and so people were like trying to get pictures with her and stuff. She was like eating it up. It was so funny, fellow white woman. But this was where we first stopped to take a seat. Oh, and then also a thing that I bought in again, this was a thing that I thought of and then my brain blanked, so I didn't have much to say on the other screen. Oh yeah, also wait, Sorry Mama, who made this plushie? Did you make this plushie? Because I love it, and I need a little Nui to bring places. My acrylic stand is all scratched up. You can see it. Oh no, I forgot the thing I was gonna say. Oh, I remembered again. Because it was super shitty and wet out, and we went to, because Kana is the Disney aficionado, she was like, the plan is we go and buy all of our stuff immediately. And I probably scared the shit out of Kana and Soryu because I bought so much shit, dude. It was embarrassing. We got a locker, but you always get a locker at Disney. That's just the best plan of action. I bought so much stuff in that first store. And I also bought a pair of socks because my shoes were soaked through because I wasn't expecting, it wasn't in the forecast to rain, and then it ended up raining for like an hour or two at the start, which did suck. So I got socks. And so we stopped in this restaurant and I got some paper towels and I shoved some paper towels into my shoes to suck up the excess water, and then I changed my socks. And the socks I got were Piglet socks, which is super fun because I ended up wearing an outfit. So initially, Sore Mama and I wanted to coordinate like something for Halloween, like Remy and Linguini from Ratatouille. But unfortunately, I just didn't have enough time before my trip. I was just like so swamped with working on stuff and trying to plan stuff, and it just like totally slipped through the cracks. So I ended up wearing like a typical. Actually, something interesting is that people really like dress to the nines. That they dress nice, or they're wearing like a school uniform to Disney Sea. Like it's a vibes-based place, and you go mostly like to hang out and eat fun food and like take pictures and stuff. So you don't really like go wearing athleisure the way that you do in America. It's really common. There's like a whole line of this thing called spirit jerseys. It's this like oversized type of sweater that has like the Disney logos on it and different themes and tie-dyes and whatnot, etc., etc. And those are really popular because athleisure is like the #1 thing to wear at the parks because they're so goddamn big. You spend all day walking around and you have to be like fit for walking around, like workout clothes, running sneakers, and then your spirit jersey, which is oversized, it has good airflow. It like basically, it's very casual looking and very athleisure forward. It is not like that in Japan. You like dress up nice, you wear a cosplay, or you're wearing your like cute high school uniform. I know I always expect rain, but I was trying to focus on it being a happy fun day. Rain at Disney World? What the heck? That's not allowed. Anyway, I went in like in a very American, honestly like airing on the cutesy side of American outfit, and the shirt that I was wearing and the ears were matching, and they're both in the color Piglet Pink. And I don't really have a specific affinity for Piglet from Pooh, although I do really like Pooh from Winnie the Pooh because I watched a lot of Winnie the Pooh when I was younger. And Piglet's a whiner, but he is pink, so I'm fine with it. I was wearing a Piglet Pink shirt and a Piglet Pink headband, so they matched. And so when I saw the Piglet socks in the store, I was like, oh, I'm gonna make my outfit Piglet themed. I mean, you might not know at first glance that it's Piglet themed unless you were like a really big Disney buff and you were like, that's a Piglet Pink spirit jersey with the matching Piglet Pink ears, ha ha, from last year, ha ha ha. Adjust glasses. You wouldn't know. You were so Piglet. No, I'm not. I'm not Piglet coded. I'm definitely, of all the Winnie the Pooh characters, I'm not Piglet coded. How dare you? I like him in like the I want to bully him way. I am not. I'm like Eeyore or something. Anyway, it also became like a kind of fun like sister thing too, because her favorite character when she was younger was Tigger, and so she had like a Tigger hat, and then I was Piglet. It doesn't really reflect like our actual personalities. I would say that she's a lot like Rabbit. You were just saying in VC that you kin Piglet? No, I don't. I was just saying that I dressed up as him. I donned his visage. I can put it on and take it off. I don't just have his personality all the time. But she is a grump like the rabbit. So we ended up having like a little bit of like a matchy moment, which is kind of cute, even if you wouldn't know at first glance that I was like Piglet themed. But that's why we stopped in this restaurant so I could change my socks, and then we went onward into Fantasy Springs because that's where our first stop of the day was. Sorry, that was like a really long tangent just to talk about my fucking Piglet socks. On the way there, I took this picture. We didn't go on this ride because I didn't really want to get splashed and it was kind of cold. And it also looks like there's nobody on it. They're probably just testing it in the morning. But this is near the like Nemo themed center. This is like a water ride. It isn't very splashy, I don't think, and it doesn't really jerk you around that much. But I don't really like water rides. You could tell from the Piglet vibes and my overwhelming levels of cowardice. You can just see it on my face. Also, hi Miwa. It looks so cold. It was pretty cold at this point, and it was also especially cold because I was fucking wet. But it was warming up as the day went on, because this was also like 9 a.m. So the sun wasn't up, and the winds were cold, because it's also right on the Tokyo Bay, so the winds were high, and it was basically the recipe for disaster. But we powered through for the sake of Disney fun. I love water rides so much, but I'm used to go to theme parks when it's hot as fuck here. See, the idea of getting splashed by a water ride is like genuinely like sickening, like sick to my stomach when I imagine getting splashed by a water ride. I have nightmares about the water and water rides. Like when I went to Disneyland for the first time, I would have like nightmares about Pirates of the Caribbean for weeks afterwards. Like I know that it's like, I know in my heart of hearts that it's only like a couple feet deep. It's like just deep enough to submerge the bottom of the boat. But like, do you have some mechanophobia? Not particularly. I mean, I think that they're like creepy and stuff, but I think some mechanophobia is one of those things where it's like, not to call you out specifically, Miwa. I think some mechanophobia is like trypophobia, where it's like, ugh, I have trypophobia. It's like everybody thinks that's a little creepy. You're not like gonna vomit, freak out, climb up the wall like a scared cat whenever you see like a lot of holes, whenever you see an underwater thing. Like, it's just naturally creepy. Oh, the creepy underwater thing is just creepy. Oh, I have a very hyper-specific phobia. Boop. I feel like it's something everybody vaguely feels. Exactly. So that is to say, yeah, but it's not anything special. I think it's a bit creepy. That isn't what powers my fear of the water rides, though. I'd actually much prefer being like near animatronic, like on land, as creepy as one might think it is, than to be like in the water as like in like a sinking flume ride. Oh my god, it like makes my skin crawl. There's just something about it that like actually really freaks me the fuck out. I think it probably has to do with the fact that like there's a place in the suburbs of Chicago that I went to when I was younger called Kittyland, which is different from the Japanese Kittyland, which is a store with a bunch of like Sanrio and other merchandise, Disney, blah blah blah. It's a kids' toy store. In America, it was a theme park that was a mom and pop theme park in the suburbs of Chicago that I was obsessed with. They had this one flume ride that, you know, it's America. People are disrespectful. Teenagers ride that stuff. People would throw garbage in the water, and because there was like one single drain in the middle of this whole pool area, it would all like clump together because that's where the water would drain, and it was like this foamy clump of garbage. And just like knowing that it was in the water with me, the water that sprayed me in the face, the water that like was surrounding me, and then if the boat sank or if it like sloshed into the thing, it like really disgusted me to the point where like I developed this like inane fear of all water rides, and because I know that people have like spit and thrown shit in them. So like it's just like made me fearful of water rides like for the rest of my life, basically, in like an actual uncontrollable phobia kind of way. Like I know the water is clean because Disney has to clean it to keep up with like their vision of the park. Like I know all these things theoretically, but I just can't. Like it would make me, if I was in a sinking boat like in Pirates of the Caribbean or in It's a Small World, I would like throw up in my lap because it pisses me off so bad. Oh. Bug! McRobble raid. Bug! Hello! And also hello raiders. My name is Aston Martin. I'm the ruler of Rodent Race King of VTuber Racing on Twitch.tv. Welcome to my stream. I'm recapping my trip to Japan. How's your stream, Bug? Hello. Come one, come all. Yes, my name is Ashley Martin. I'm the Roller Rodent Race Queen of VTuber Racing on Twitch.tv. I'm a race queen, not a racer, which means that I wave the flag at the racetrack. The cars which pass me, I will zoom in. Yeah. Just like that. welcome. I was in Japan for 2 weeks and I got back a week and a day ago, and I have been super jet lagged, and this is my second recap stream, but it's my first recap stream with pictures, and we are currently on day 3 or 4, which isn't promising because I have 119 slides in this thing, and I think I'm on slide 21. So it's probably going to be a 2-parter. We're currently on the Disney Sea part, though. The ride in the BG was like my favorite silly ride. My silly favorite ride at Disney Sea. Lol, I hope you had a fun trip. I didn't go on this one. I actually just got done talking about how stressful I find water rides, though, Bug. Also, if you need to head out, I totally understand. I really, really appreciate the raid. But man, I should have gone on it. This is like an interesting themed area because this ride was like particularly steampunk, Journey to the Center of the Earth-ish vibes. It was themed similarly, but it was right next to like the fake aquarium themed after Finding Nemo, like Finding Dory. Which is kind of funny. That thing in the back right there is the aquarium from there. But yes, I did not go on this one, unfortunately. It was just on the way to Fantasy Springs. Wow. Ooh, wow. And I think Fantasy Springs is like a masterclass in how to design a Disney park, in my opinion. Because Disney, for some reason, is super insistent on, whoa, why is there, oh, you have a little blue check mark because you're Twitch ambassador. Whoa, that's so cool. Disney Sea has gorgeous theming. I want to go someday. Yeah, it's very heavily vibes based. I highly recommend going if you enjoy the vibes. I'm a thrill seeker, so I did find it like at least like a little disappointing, but there is a couple good thrill rides. But right now we're going to Fantasy Springs. The day has just begun, and it is Fantasy Springtime, and as you walk into Fantasy Springs, they have these fake mountains that are carved with the image of the characters that are represented in the Fantasy Springs area. And so there's Elsa and Anna, and then Rapunzel, and also her little iguana whose name I can't remember. Yeah, isn't that cool? Twitch ambassador! Oh no! My ad break. I'm sorry. Yeah, Pascal! Yeah, that's it. Oh, also, Oliver the Clown, I Am Yam, Super Hot Tamales, and Vampires Love Soup. Thank you guys all for following to the picture. Welcome. But yes, this is a really beautiful area that you walk in through. You're next to these mountains that are carved to look like these characters. And I'll talk about it a little bit more once I get to the other stuff that I want to show you guys. But like I said, I think that this is like a masterclass in making a theme park. Even more so than Shanghai, more so than Disney World, and I'll get to that. Isn't the snowman on the left too? Oh, that's right, Olaf is looking at them. I forgot. I'd like to forget that he existed. Alright, yay! Okay, so here is the 2 rides that I went on in Fantasy Springs. We also just walked around the general area. It's really, really fun. Around the Peter Pan area, there's like a pirate ship that you can walk onto, and it has Captain Hook's table, and it has a moving wheel, and there's also like Skull Rock, which you can see the other side of, which I'm pretty sure has relevance in the Peter Pan movie, but I can't remember it. I only ever remember fighting somebody in Kingdom Hearts in Skull Rock and it being really difficult. But that's there too. So it's a super fun, interactive, well-themed area, and this is the inside of the Frozen Ever After ride, which, fun fact, and now I'm gonna Disney nerd out at you guys. Well, it's so fun that Bug raided me during my theme park time of my Japan trip. Not just because she was there, but also because theme parks. Oh. I really want to go to Fantasy Springs for my wedding anniversary. Tangle was the first movie my husband and I saw together. Oh, that's so nice. You totally should, because this ride is like really romantic. That's the thing that I heard though when I was like trying to figure out which Disney park to go to. I was thinking like, I don't know. I only have 2 weeks in Japan. I don't want to go to both. I'll go to the other one whenever I come back, but which should I go to first? And people are saying that Tokyo Disneyland is very much kiddie, whereas Tokyo Disney Sea is more coupley, so it's like whichever you can deal with. So I think that'll be perfect for you too, and Scribbles. Sea over land. You have a girlfriend? Eats a duck, I must. This will change my opinion of you. Land is very similar to California Disneyland. That's true, but they have the special... Oh, I know the Tower of Terror is in C. Bah! Nope. Well, are you a Disney adult? This will also change how I weigh your opinion. But anyway, let me take a sip of water because I've been like motor mouthing like crazy. Ah! I can't breathe. Oh, the queue to the Frozen Ever After ride was also really, really fun. Okay. Whew, okay, we're back. The queue to the Frozen Ever After ride was themed like you're going into the castle that Elsa and Anna live in. There was like a kitchen area, a garden area, and then like a library area, and then like a kids playroom area that had a children's toy version of the castle in it that was really, really cute. So it had such great theming in the area, and then you walk up a set of stairs, and this is another thing that's like, I guess I do it in America too, but it's another like weird Japanism where it's like, there doesn't have to be stairs here. It's not very accessible. But anyway, you go up and then you go over, which is what this shot is, and you can see the little moon in the background. And then you go down and then you get on the ride. And something that was interesting in the queue to the ride is that there was a guy who was acting a little funny behind us, and I like reacted to something that was happening. Like there was like a flit of magic across the ceiling, you know, Disney magic, and I was like, whoa, you guys, and I pointed up to it, and I think that like Mama and Kana and then my sister didn't see it, and the guy behind me was like, oh, I saw it, and I think like I turned around and was like, yeah, or something like that, and like that was a mistake in acknowledging him because he tried to butt into the conversations that we were having like for the entire rest of the line, and it was a bit weird, and he was having like a socially awkward moment, and yeah. One second, I have to rip my lip skin off. Ah, man. I mean, I'm used to that lip skin. I can't help it, it's like bugging me. I need to exfoliate. Go put some chapstick on with your dry ass lips. Here, I'll put some on. I went to Tokyo Disneyland and Sea Blind. My friends were more into the theme parks, and I was like, sure. Ah, I see. Okay, so you truly, well, I don't know. You're a Disneyland truther. But anyway, that was an interesting interaction to have in this ride. The guy that was alone was like, he was doing that thing where it's like talking into thin air, but like in your direction, you know? But anyway, we weren't in the same ride car as him, so it ended up working out. And what's a fun fact about this ride, I mean, he was harmless, you know? It's just like, what do you do in that situation? Like, I don't know, you like that. But also like, I am unfortunately like a yapper, so I would have I would have talked to him, but it was making, I think it was making Mama and Kana a little uncomfortable. That's very, it probably is because that's very like uncommon for Japanese people. I was like fully ready to have a conversation with this guy, but they were like oh gosh. So I respect, they know a lot more about that culture than I do, considering they're from that culture. So I was like, ooh, maybe I shouldn't talk to him. But anyway, we go onto the ride, and it is very cute. However, it is exactly the same as the Frozen Ever After ride in Disney World in Epcot. Like I said earlier, there was a ride. Oh, I forget the name of it. I don't remember the name of it, but it was in the like the Slavic pavilion. I forget the name of it. Fjell? No, not Fjellraven. Oh, what's the name of it? There was a boat ride that was in Epcot. Boat ride, Epcot. Ugh. Maelstrom. That's what it is, Maelstrom. So there's a ride in Epcot before called Maelstrom, and it was just Viking themed, like rah, and then Yeti, because that's in that part of the world's history. Also, hello, Just Chicken. And then, it's just generally sort of Viking-y themed. And then they reskinned that to Frozen Ever After, which is the follow-up short that's summer themed of the Frozen movies. So it has like a Frozen theme to it, and it goes through the whole movie, and then the end is like Frozen Ever After themed. And so this ride in Tokyo Disney, which I just find to be quite interesting. Also, Quernos Best Day and more meows. Thank you for joining the pit crew. Welcome. I find oh, sorry, the music seemed like it seemed like my SIRI was talking to me, and so I got confused for a second. I was like trying to figure out if that was coming from inside my room. Alright. Hello! But what's interesting is that this Frozen ride... No! We're not done yet. I'm not done with this. This Frozen ride is the same track, because I'm a Disney adult. I know that they follow the same track and the same... Not only is it the same theming as they're both Frozen, it's the same track. But what's interesting is that the original of this ride is Maelstrom, and it was reskinned into Frozen. And now there's a version of Maelstrom that is in Tokyo, Japan that is only Frozen. I just thought that was kind of interesting, how the way that like these iterations work. Instead of like making a new Frozen ride and just having it do the same thing, it follows the same track design. It's just so odd. The queue is completely different though, but like the ride itself is the exact same in the way that like it moves forwards and backwards and dips down, and like just how curious that the original wasn't even a Frozen ride, and now Frozen Ever After exists in the exact same form that mimics the original Epcot Frozen Ever After Maelstrom version, both in like Shanghai, I believe, and now Tokyo Disney. How odd. But yes, it's nice. There's some really cool animatronics, some interesting effects. Another really interesting thing about this, and obviously it's going to be like this because you're in Japan, and I was prepared for it, but I'm sure it's probably shocking for like super Disney adults, hearing the songs in Japanese. All the songs and the notifications like over the loudspeaker, they do play them in other languages occasionally, but like the speaking, it's all in Japanese because the people that go to the park are Japanese. It's in a country that speaks Japanese, but it just feels like so, it's just odd to hear it for the very first time. Umarete hajimete. I got used to hearing that over my trip to Disney Sea. But yes, that is Frozen Ever After, and then off to my right is the Rapunzel ride, which I don't remember the name of, and I actually have a bone to pick with because it is gorgeous, yes, but it's also another fucking boat ride in the same area of the park. But it's meant to be that way. They're both like storybook rides where they just like tell the story of the movie, except Frozen Ever After has like the full, maybe it's not called that, I think it's called Frozen something else, but it's Frozen Ever After in Epcot, and that's what I'm going to keep calling it because that's the name that I know. The Frozen one has the full plot of the first movie, and then like that little summer short, it also has that at the end, I think, if I recall correctly. Maybe it doesn't, maybe I'm misremembering. But the Tangled one is even weirder because it goes through the plot of Tangled, where like this is the tower that you can see throughout like the rest of Fantasy Springs, which is and then Rapunzel's like sticking out of the she's like sticking out she's sticking out like right here, like just beyond view. And she like tilts her head a little sometimes. And this is like the first thing that you see on the ride. You get on like off to the side and you see like Flynn's at the bottom, like hiding, like the movie. And then like the next scene is like her spinning around the tree outside, and he's like leaning back against the tree, and like it's all scenes from the movie. But what's weird though, and I think I can skip ahead. Okay, this scene fucking rocks. It is so gorgeous. So, like the final, like mind-blowing, jaw-dropping scene in the ride is the lantern scene, and this is like really gorgeous to go through. Also, I love Freya. It is a gorgeous tower, and it has a really cool forced perspective on it. Because my eyes are like trained to see it, like I can tell it's like a very small Rapunzel in like at the top of like a tiny tower. But it is interesting to see the forced perspective. I love it. I think that's the thing that Disney doesn't really do that much in modern day, the forced perspective and like trick of the eyes, because they care more about like money than like heavily theming and like the whimsy of the park. But that's still well and alive in Tokyo Disney Sea. And so this is like the end of the ride where it's like, I love the song that plays in this scene so much. You see this, but then, you know, in the movie, like, this scene happens, they fall in love, but she has to, like, cut her hair off. Spoilers, spoilers, spoilers! There's still, like, a whole, like, end of the movie. The ride just fucking ends! The ride just ends after this. It's so bizarre. It just ends like, lovebirds, goodbye. It's so bizarre. It's like such a lover's ride. Like, it's probably just meant to be like a lovey kissy ride, and then you get off of it. It's so odd that the ride just ends here though. Like, there's a whole end of the movie that they just didn't fucking make scenes for. I don't know why. But Frozen is fully adapted. There's like the scene where Anna like freezes and Elsa unfreezes her with like true love's kiss or whatever it is, I forget. But there's so much happening afterwards. I know, the ride just ends here. It's so odd. I don't know why. Even if it was like the story of their love, it's like half the story. It's really quite odd. Although it is a very gorgeous ride for the parts that it has adapted. It's just like a Rapunzel best of, basically. True love's kiss between sisters? Ooh. Oh, true love sisterly. I see. I couldn't remember. I was like, does she kiss her sister? I can't remember exactly. And so at the end of the park, not the end, but like towards the far from the entrance. So you can walk past Peter Pan, and then you walk past Tangled, and then you walk past like Frozen Ever After. And then sort of off to the side, there's Freak LOL. Whoa. Okay. I thought you guys wanted to be a little bit, wanted me to be less say-so. You draw the line at Yuri incest? What the fuck? Anyway, towards the backside of Fantasy Springs, there is a more sculptures. Wait, I think I put these out of order. But anyway, this thing that you see in the back right here, this is the hotel. This is the Fantasy Springs Hotel, and it's super duper gorgeous. It is very, very heavily themed. It's awesome looking. The rooms inside are also super cool, but we didn't. Woo! Whoa, multiple people in chat perked up. Even Sony Mama perked up. How interesting. How curious. FS Hotel. I want to stay here someday. What's interesting is that Sister Martin is really not like a Disney fan, but when we were here, she was like, oh, next time we come to Japan with Mama Martin, like, we should stay at the Fantasy Springs Hotel. I didn't know she was a fucking Disney adult like that. I kept getting on her like, oh, fucking Disney adult? People love sapphic girls. It's true. It's all I ever see on my damn Twitter. Where's the Fujo love? Whenever you say that, all the Yuri fans get all up in arms. Oh. Wait. Blackface was crazy. Thank you for resubscribing and saying a sponsor. Tier 3, 6 months in advance. What the heck? Thank you so much. I see both. I don't know. As a VTuber, I only ever see Yuri. This is the timeline I deserve, I guess. But you know what? There's some sauce to Fujo Yuri. Fujos have so much and yet want more. I don't see enough. So, what are you gonna say next? That's the type of greed that they talk about in the Bible. You know what else they talk about in the Bible? Homosex. Why stop there? If I'm already sinning, we might as well go all the way. Anyway. They hated her because she spoke the truth. I can quote the Bible so hard. Angels? What? I can put them back on. You mean me? With my wings? Why, yes, it did hurt when I fell from heaven. But my Marui Chinchilla Oshiri protected me. Anyway. This is the Fantasy Springs Hotel. It's very beautiful. It's well themed. Oh, you can even see some more of it back here, right here. And then there's also these sculpted rocks to look like Mickey from Fantasia, which is super cool. There's also the sweeping brooms with the buckets of water that are pouring, and then the water spraying like Fantasia. And then here is the caterpillar and Alice. And what's really cool is that like these characters aren't represented in the rides at all right now, so it kind of seems like maybe when they expand, if they ever expand someday, we might get some Alice in Wonderland ride or a Fantasia ride, which would be really cool because that would be totally unique. Wait, is there an Alice in Wonderland ride? I don't know if there is in Disney, but yeah, they're very gorgeous water features and sculpting. And Cinderella! There's Cinderella and then the three mice. The three mice are like off to the side. There's Cinderella! And she has, her shoe is on the, wait, where is it? It's like somewhere over. Oh, the shoe is right there. And then she's holding her dress like she's running down the stairs. And it's so pretty. And there's Jacques and Gus Gus. Okay, goodbye, donut thing. I'll go to Disney, see if they had an Alice ride so fast. I feel like it's in the future. It's in the cards someday. But yeah, there's Cinderella and the mice. And then, oh, I didn't include a picture of it, but this is Sleeping Beauty and her prince right here. And then Maleficent the dragon is in the back too. It's super duper cool. Just like really, really gorgeous stuff. And I wanted to say this earlier. I saved it for when I showed you guys all the like cool like landscaping and architecture that they did. And that is Cinder Ashton. No, Cinderella. Cinderella, what was I gonna say? Oh, about the theming. So I think that this is why Disney Springs is like so exemplary, is because all these characters, granted, all the rides that are in this area are like story rides, which aren't my favorite. The theming of the area is immaculate because it's sort of like this Kingdom Heartsian Disney void in the way that like Kingdom Hearts exists in like all the worlds simultaneously, whereas we're not like fucking around trying to figure out how the worlds connect to one another, because they don't connect to one another. The connecting theme is Disney, and so you can have all these motifs that exist in these like vacuums where you're like the omniscient third person, which you are anyway as a viewer of the movie and the content. And so they don't need to like make this sort of canon where they all exist with one another, which is why I like it. You're existing in this like lush green space of these fun storybook characters. It's fantastical and whimsical, as opposed to what Disney in America is really hell-bent on, which is, for example, Star Wars Land, which isn't Star Wars Land. It's, what is it called? Something Edge? Space Edge? Oh my god, how am I forgetting? Galaxy's Edge. Duh. Pff. Galaxy's Edge. I didn't even see it. I didn't even find it when I looked it up. I looked up Star Wars Edge, and I saw some freaky stuff on the Google Images, let me tell you. You guys want to talk about... you guys want to talk about same-sex incest? Sheesh. Anyway, whereas like American Disney really like insists upon itself when it comes to like, if we're gonna make a Star Wars park, it's gonna exist in one specific place, in space, in time, that nobody wants to visit, right? Like, it's a modern Star Wars, which nobody likes. It's very strict rules in that like, because it's like a canonical place in Star Wars, like the characters never stick around very long. They don't do photo ops. And that is fun for like some consumers, Yeah, this is Tokyo Disney Sea. That's fun for some consumers, I think, but I don't think it has a lot of longevity to it when it isn't paired with something like this, which is like a void of like the best of classic hits. And what's interesting is that I think like if this was just all that we had, I might actually be critical of it like the other way, like, oh, it would be cool to have like a place where it was like one specific place and one specific time, and like you all role played as if you were characters in that universe and blah 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 blah, the way that Galaxy's Edge is. But I think Galaxy's Edge is just pulled off so poorly that seeing this area where it's like they're not like bending over backwards to make this canon where all the characters are connected to one another. They just all exist in this fantastical storybook. Like I said, Kingdom Hearts style, where you can jump around from each canon because you are the omniscient third person. I like that. I think that this makes the most sense for a Disney park because it can't all connect. And if it did all connect, you'd be losing so much. If it was like they went in order, like all the Disney princesses were in the same world, and like they only had the Frozen princesses walking around, but it was Arendelle, so they were like, sorry, can't stop, I have to go do queen stuff, and they just like took one picture with one child and then walked away. And then there was like portraits up on the wall, like, and these are the princesses that have inspired me historically, and there's Cinderella, and then there's Belle, known for her loyalty and her intelligence and blah blah blah. Like, that would be so fucking boring. I'm glad that everything exists in this like nebulous void of like, it's Disney Sea, you know? I don't need like a whoa, everything's connected, Reddit brain blast story map. I just want it to be like fun vibes, and that's what's so good about Tokyo Disney Sea. Am I making any sense right now? I think it's because it's like a knee-jerk reaction to how much I dislike Galaxy's Edge. I like the idea behind Galaxy's Edge. I just hate the insistence on, like, we are not wrong. It has to exist in modern day. Like, and it also has to exist with our trilogy because we can't admit the fact that we were wrong and that they were pulled off poorly and that nobody likes them. Even though everybody wants to see Luke Skywalker, everybody wants to see Darth Vader, and people would pay way more money to see them and to have true photo ops and to have like an actual real Star Wars land. You know? But that's that. I still kind of like Galaxy's Edge. Well, like I'm saying, like, I like Galaxy's Edge. It's just that I think there's a lot of things wrong with it. And then the logical end to Galaxy's Edge was the Galaxy Cruiser, which of course failed miserably in a burning trash fire. That's what I mean. It could be so much better. And I think they almost like don't go hard enough into that theming, you know? What the? Ugh. What? I've actually never had that happen to me. Anyway. But yeah, it's basically like this insistence upon like having one place and one time, and also the insistence that like we didn't mess up. I like the fantastical pretty void of Fantasy Springs instead of like stepping into like a whole area themed after like Arendelle, you know? Wait till you find out Galaxy's Edge was deliberately designed to fail for a tax write-off. Do you mean Galaxy Cruiser? I don't think it was deliberately designed that way, but once they realized that would take a lot more money to make it actually good, they pivoted and did it that way. Anyway, here's a hidden Mickey. This is a hidden Mickey that I saw when I was walking back with Sore Mama and Kana. This was outside of Fantasy Springs. So what happened is like we went to all the rides in Fantasy Springs and we walked around and we finished up what we were doing there. I bought a shit ton of stuff, and then I carried that around for the entire rest of the day. Yippee! And I saw Michael Mouse on the ground, a hidden Mickey. They swept the leaves into the shape of a Mickey, which is super cute. And this is a picture of the Indiana Jones ride, I believe, which is exactly the same as the Indiana Jones ride in Disneyland, which, if you didn't know, is the exact same track as Dinosaur in Disney World, which is a super fun fact. And also, again, the invasion of the IPs, though I guess Dinosaur is technically still an IP, but it's a shitty IP that everybody's forgotten about. The dinosaur ride in Disney is being replaced by another Indiana Jones themed ride. But the funny thing is about this ride is that yes, it is Indiana Jones in Tokyo Disney Sea. However, it's Indiana Jones and the Secret of the Crystal Skull, which is the least critically acclaimed Indiana Jones movie of them all. That's what this ride is themed after. Isn't that insane? But why? I don't know. I wish I knew. Of all the Indiana Jones movies to pick. I'm going on Christmas Eve. I hope it doesn't suck. This is an amazing park. What do you mean? Oh, you mean like the lines? Yeah, it's gonna suck, dude. But it has Even Steven. Wait, does it? I think that actually, I remember this movie very vividly because I actually saw Indiana Jones and the Legend, was it Legend of the Crystal Skull? Secret of the Crystal Skull? I think it's Legend of the Crystal Skull. In theaters when I was a child for my cousin's birthday. Sunkiss777, thank you for following the picture, welcome. But yeah, that's what this ride is themed after. And I don't want to admit this. I think the theming works better as a Crystal Skull theming. Cause like the skull track. Also I'm like a total fucking Disney adult nerd. The theming, it's like slightly different in areas, but it's good. Oh, also, it does, you've been there? Shia Just Do It starts as Indy Side. That's right! I remember that now! Whoa, it's been so long since I saw it. But I actually think that was the first Indiana Jones movie I saw, and I was like, it's just okay. So when I saw the others and it wasn't supernatural, I was like, huh, that's weird. I wonder why they just did that randomly with that one movie. And I still wonder that. I still don't know. But I was like laughing my ass off when I saw like, what the fuck? This is like the theme after the worst Indiana Jones movie. I tried to explain it to Soryu and Kana, and they were like, huh? They were mostly just like, it's really scary. And I was like, what? Indiana Jones is scary? And they were like, yeah, it's like intense and heavily themed and scary. And I was like, it's not scary. Isn't Raiders supernatural? I actually don't know. I've never seen Raiders of the Lost Ark. But yes, Indiana Jones, the ride, is considered to be a scary ride. And I can understand like the roller coaster ride, like freaking girls out. Or like a more intense ride freaking girls out, like Tower of Terror freaking them out. But I was like, Indiana Jones? Damn, there are babies. Hey, only I can say that. You're not allowed to say that. Only I can say that. But I was like, really? Indiana Jones? I was telling them about how, like, because again, I'm a huge fucking nerd. I was telling them about how the Disneyland queue, there's like interactive stuff where like you can step on something on the floor and then like the ceiling will like, pew, like sink in a little on you, like as if you like tripped out trap when you're going through. Ark of the Covenant, Holy Grail, Magic Ancient Stones, and the first three movies. But that's like more Nazi crazy Nazi, huh? Oh, so it's not supernatural. It's just like fascism and stuff. The queues are so cool. The queue is cool for this one too, but it had a lot less interactivity compared to the Disneyland one. And then I was talking about how like you could tug on the rope in the Disneyland queue, and the guy's like, "Stop tugging on my rope!" There wasn't any interactivity with this one. But what's funny is that I was sitting next to Kana on the ride, and Kana was much more scared than Soryu. Soryu was sort of like, "Eek!" Like it's scary. But Kana was like, "My heart's racing. Like I'm freaked out by this ride." Which is crazy to me, because it's like so baby mode and fun. Oh, you know what I should have done? I should have like drawn. I should have recreated the picture. I'm getting ahead of myself. But what happened is, I was sitting next to Kana on the ride, and I know the ride so well that I could tell when this certain part was coming up. I had my arms up. I was like, wow! I love the rickety ride on the buggy. Like, it's so much fun escaping the ball that's about to crush us and running from the big snakes and the scary ghosts and the crystal skull. Whoa! I love that sort of thing. And there's one part of the ride where you are about to drive really fast through this part of the temple that will like shoot arrows from the walls at you, you know, like typical like tomb style, typical tomb style, you know, booby trap. And I knew when that part was about to come up and I was sitting next to Kana, and so when that part came up and it was going like making the noises, I like poked her. I was like, I was like poking her in the side, like, and I reached around and poked her on the other side, like, as if she was getting like shot at by the arrows, and she like screamed so loud. She was like, I freaked out. After I got off the ride, she yelled at me. She was like, "Why did you do that?" And I was like, hee hee. And the picture when we got off the ride was so funny that she bought it. You don't get like a pass the way that you do in American Disney. I know, I was being mean. I was being a meanie, but it was so much fun. We didn't get like any like fast pass or like whoa, any like picture pass, but you can still scan the QR code when you get off the ride and take save the picture that you got and buy it. And she liked the picture so much that she bought it. And so she ended up sending me the picture, and like my sister is sort of like, she's like covering her eyes because the wind is like blowing in her eyes or something, or it was like the flash was too bright, so she was like cringing from the flash, and then my arms were up. I was like, wow! And then Kana was like screaming in fear, and Sori was like covering her face with her hands. It was so funny. I wish I could show you guys. Maybe I'll like draw a rendition of it. It was like all the different like spectrums of emotions in every single one of us. It was really funny is that the people in front of us, I feel like they had to have been trying to do this. There was like a whole group of people in front of us, and I think it was like a mother and son. They were like totally stone-faced. They were looking like that, like no emotion. I think their arms were crossed too. They were like not having a good time at the Indiana Jones ride. I don't think it was $50. I think it was like maybe like 1,500 yen for the photo, which is pricey if you want to get like every photo. But yeah, that was such a funny moment. I was like, yes, I can bug her. I can bug the shit out of her. It was awesome. I loved it. And I didn't talk about this yet, and I didn't take a picture of it, but we were sort of on a mission because Tokyo Disney, both Disneyland and Disney Sea are famous for their popcorn and for their churros. And so I was on the lookout for all the different churro flavors and stuff, and also the popcorn flavors. And let me just say, they had some nasty popcorn flavors. The white chocolate and the milk chocolate smelled so bad, like, because you know they pump out the smells. I hated the smell of them. But they had curry popcorn. Oh my god, it was so fucking good. It was so good that I was like, I think I need to buy another. It was so good, the curry flavored popcorn. And in typical like Japanese food fashion, it was all like very mildly flavored. Like nothing was like flavor blasted goldfish, you know, like it wasn't like covered in the dust. It was like a light dusting. I was like, I need more of the curry powder on this. It's so good. It was so delicious. So I highly recommend that if you go to Tokyo Disney Sea, you get the curry popcorn. It's so good. They also had they had like a few churro flavors. And here's another funny thing. Ooh, I had a funny flavor. I don't remember the name of it, but it's like a Japanese style flavor where it's like sweet soy sauce. Oh, the popcorn is mid. It sounds mid as fuck. They have like such horrible flavors. I was sort of like on a expedition, like I'm gonna try every one that I see. And then when I walked in the park and I saw like a weird flavor, I was like, I actually don't think I'm gonna do that anymore. Like, I think I'm gonna save it for the ones that smell good. And the curry popcorn, granted, I didn't try every flavor. There was like soy sauce and butter, which I guess I don't know how to feel about that, but I would have loved to try it. But I didn't have the room in my stomach. Soy sauce and butter was interesting. Oh, I wonder if there's like a master list of the flavors. Tokyo Disney Sea popcorn flavors. Let's see. Oh! What the fuck? This is so much more advanced than the American Disney. You can search by popcorn flavor on the Disney website. That's like more advanced than even American Disney. Okay, they have caramel flavor, which Chicago, I've had it plenty. Soy sauce and butter, I wanted to try. Milk chocolate, ew. Curry flavor, absolutely amazing. Salt, that's plain. Black pepper, I would have liked to try it. White chocolate, ew. Garlic shrimp, I would have liked to try. Roast beef, I wanted to try. Okay, if I go back, I gotta try roast beef, garlic shrimp, and black pepper. But I'm not sure. Oh, and soy sauce and butter. I'm not sure that they can beat curry, though. Oh, I wonder if they have a churro flavor. Yeah, shoyu and butter. I don't really fuck with that. Japanese people really like to put... Okay, maybe not as a whole. This is a generalization. I've tried it before, and I really didn't like it. But I have seen some Japanese recipes, for breakfast in particular, have them put butter on the rice. And I do not like that. Soy sauce butter is a standard. I'm not sold on it. Butter on my rice with soy sauce just feels like wrong. Butter on rice is good. It just doesn't feel like a Japanesey flavor. So like, it's weird. Let's see, Tokyo Disney churro flavor. If you fry it, it's obviously different. Oh wow, there's a chai churro in like the Arabian part of Tokyo Disney. Alright, I can't find a master list for the churro flavors, but... but Japanese people love it, therefore it's a Japanese flavor. I guess that's true. That's like what happened with curry. Became Japanesey. Fried sparkling water, thanks for following. Join the big crew, welcome. Pumpkin churro? Oh, that's right, you had a pumpkin churro. I remember, I was sort of bossy about this in hindsight, but like, we were gonna buy churros, and then, I think what happened is like, I bought a churro, me and Sister Martin bought a churro, and then Soryu also bought the same churro after us, and I was like, not really like, gobsmacked, jaw drop, but I was like, wait a second. We were supposed to share. And then after that, I think we got like halfway through the churro, and I told Soryu and kind of like, next churro, we all share. like a weirdly bossy way. I felt a bit self-conscious about that, but they were like, oh, okay, like we'll all share. But I was like, I was thinking selfishly because I was like, I was sort of trying to like foist the burden of like, we all have to eat this onto the others because I wanted to try as many flavors as possible. So I was like, when I buy a churro, it's not only on me to eat it, it's on you to eat it too. It's your problem now too. We didn't actually have to run into that often, but I am like a food sharer. Yeah, it's our problem now. I'm a food sharer. So when Sorry Mama got pumpkin, I was like, can I have a bite please? Can I have a bite please? She wanted to dip in all fingers. That's only if the team is down for it. Because I can't finish that many damn churros. So I was like, I'm going to make this everybody's problem. We're all going to eat the churro now. I wish everyone was a food sharer. Right? I forget that people aren't sometimes. Like when I go out to dinner, thank God for my IRL friend group, I'm like a everybody nibbler. Unless it's like a food where I'm like, get your fucking paws on my food. There's a place that I went to in downtown Chicago called Sitio Mio. So good. They have this amazing brown butter gnocchi. And I remember I went out with like friends to this place. They had like a last minute reservation. They were like, oh, I actually want to come. And I was like, yes! And I tagged along and got the brown butter gnocchi. And they were like sharing their noodles and stuff. And the appetizers. When I tasted my gnocchi, I was like, do not fucking ask me for a taste. These are mine. There's not enough gnocchi to share. And I'm going to eat every single one of these. But that's true, I want to try it all. That's why I'm so thankful for my like IRL friend group, because it's like there's one time where we all went to like this fancy French place. I was like, I want to go to like a really authentic French place, and we planned a night of it. We were supposed to like go out afterwards, but we were so fucking fat and full from the French food that we just went home. But during the food it was like, ooh, can I have a bite of your fish? Ooh, you can have a bite of my steak. Ooh. Nobody ever wanted to share food with me, but I always share food with them. I'm a one-sided food sharer. You gotta start hoarding. Start hoarding. No more Mr. Nice Hopper. No more Mr. Base Hopper. But yeah, I mean, there's no point in sharing conveyor belt sushi. Just order your own at that point. It's only 2 pieces. It's only 12:30, but yeah, I probably should wrap up soon. I think I'm just gonna get through Disney Sea. If I can get through Disney... Fuck, can I get through Disney Sea? Oh no, I'm not sure I can. Big Iron LB, thank you for following to the picture. Welcome. Alright, I gotta move on. Where was I? The curry popcorn. Yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say. Oh, and the flavor of the churro. Okay. Churro. This is the last thing before I move on to the next slide. The churros. So, I got a churro that was in the flavor of like sweet soy. It's a very Japanesey flavor. I liked it. It's unique. It's not my like all-time favorite churro ever, but something that happened is that I came across a sugar churro. That's the one that we got when we walked right into the park. It was a plain churro, and I was like, okay, cool, that's awesome. Based, let's get a plain churro. Then like halfway through the day, mitarashi, that's what it is, mitarashi. I forgot the word, mitarashi. Halfway through the day, I see another cart, and it says cinnamon churro, and I was like, wait a fucking minute, cinnamon. What was on the plain churro then? It was just sugar. Cinnamon sugar is normal though? I know! I was so confused when it said normal plain churro. I was like, this is a cinnamon sugar churro. And I remember eating it being like, ugh, it's sort of plain. And then when I saw the cinnamon one, I was like, what the fuck? What the hell? There's another normal one. I would have just gotten the cinnamon one if I wanted a real churro. I was surprised. I was trying to explain it to Soryu, like, what the fuck? There's just a normal sugar churro and then a cinnamon churro? That's not fair. I thought the plain one was the cinnamon churro because that's what it is in America. But no. I felt duped because I was eating it going like, it's really plain. I can't put my finger on exactly why. And then when we came across a cinnamon churro later, I was like, what the hell? What the fuck? Felt duped. Alright, next slide. This is across the bay to the other side. So like across... Oh wait, oops. I'm like blocking the shit out of it. So across this bay to the other side is the entrance. So like you go through here and then you walk along this way to get to Fantasy Springs. A long way that way. It does look like Venice. And there's also boats where they sing. You can like take a little water taxi to the other side of this if you don't want to walk all the way. But yeah, it's very Venetian. They have palm trees. You've been to Venice? And then this is at a night. It's really, really gorgeous at night. The lampposts are really pretty. Oh, and I think that they're all gas lampposts too. I saw a couple taking wedding photos on the gondola. Ah, that's so sweet. Yeah, this is a very romantic park. And then... Oh! Of course I gotta show this off. I wonder if he's around. For some reason, D messaged me and was like, oh, if you need any help drawing stuff, I got you. And so he drew over my snacks. These are the other snacks that I got during the day. I got the seashell monaka, which... Oh, good night, Zerchin. Yeah, D drew over these. Thank you, D. I got the seashell monaka, and then my sister Martin got the Mickey ice cream sandwich, which is super duper yummy. This is super duper good. The ice cream, salted ice cream flavor, like, doesn't have much of a taste. It has like a raspberry in the middle. This is really good. I'm not the type to like fruity flavored sweets. I'm really like a chocolate girl only, which is what I have this like chocolate. Oh, now my throat's starting to hurt. I have this chocolate Mickey macaron. It was okay. It was good. I found myself like not loving the chocolate so much, which is crazy because these are the little green man mochi, and this is literally the best snack in Tokyo Disney Sea. I was not prepared for how good these are, except the alien mochi thing looks so funny. It's so good. Yummers. Caridian, thanks for following into the pit crew. Welcome. These are so good. And what was shocking to me the most is that the chocolate was the worst of the three. It's chocolate, strawberry, and vanilla. The vanilla and the strawberry were so fucking good. The chocolate was like, eh. A lot of the chocolate, weirdly though, I like dark chocolate. And I know that dark chocolate is like less sweet chocolate. Or is it? I don't actually know. I think it just has less milk in it. But I like dark chocolate, and I felt that like a lot of the chocolate that I ate in Japan was like not very sweet. It was like just chocolatey to eh. And I think that the chocolate little green guy, despite being a chocolate girl, was somehow not the best. I like custard. Oh, maybe the vanilla was custard, because I do love custard flavor. I love custard, and the strawberry also tastes really good. But that's why I was surprised, like this chocolate macaron was like, it's okay. The chocolate's just very mildly flavored. I think that's what it is. It's actually the opposite. Like, instead of being like an intense chocolate flavor, it's like milk chocolate, but very mild. The same way that the curry has like a very mild curry taste because they only sprinkle a little curry on. It's chocolate, but it's mostly just like sweet. And I don't really love just plain sweet. That was that. Ooh, and so this is where we ended up going for late lunch, early dinner. It's called Magellan's, and this was suggested by my friend because of the intense theming. And this is also around the area of the park that is themed towards Journey to the Center of the Earth and 10,000 Leagues Under the Sea. And as you can tell, it's themed after Magellan and also exploration, and it's super cool. It's an absolutely gorgeous place. And there's this big globe in the center, and like every 30 minutes it makes a full turn. That's what the waitstaff said. And there are these beautiful seahorses detailed, and basically it's just a really nice fancy restaurant. And also it's a little expensive. And there's like these pre-fee courses. There's like the other course and then the Magellan course. Everybody, Kana, Soryu, and me, and my sister all got like the normal course, and then I got the fancy Magellan course, which I really, really liked, which I have pictures of right here. So this was like the starter. This was like squid right here, and then some pickled onion and salmon, and then this was whatever the heck, I don't know. This was liver pate, and then this was like a terrine of some sort, which was like a cheesy something. It was good. It was a little bit fancy highbrow for me, but I still thought it was pretty good. The only thing is that like I felt like these things that they gave me were like stuff that you'd put on crackers, but I had no crackers. It was still quite good though because I like liver pate, and the terrine was a bit odd, but I powered through because I didn't want to like leave stuff on my plate because it was expensive. And then the next up was this scallop and sea bass in this like soup with greens and potatoes, and oh my god, it was delicious. It was creamy and perfectly cooked. It was perfectly tender and not overcooked. It was so good. And then this was shichimi togarashi. I didn't eat it, and this right here is like a dollop of garlic on the side. I didn't really eat that much of these because I just liked the way it tasted plain. And then for my main, I had a little bit of steak with this. Honestly just tasted like ketchup, to be honest. And then this mushroom was so fucking good. It was so good. It was so good. And also the other courses that Soryu, my sister and Kana had, plenty of motherfuckers really go all out. This is the most expensive restaurant in Disney Sea. I didn't realize that when I was like, I want to go to Magellan's, you guys. But I'm very thankful that they went along with it because it ended up being really delicious, and I'm glad that they liked it a lot too. But yeah, this mushroom was so good. And both Sister Martin and I are like mushroom lovers. The charcuterie, yeah, they were pretty tiny portions, but even then it was like, I get full off of this amount of food. It was very, very good. And then it was nighttime, and we only went on 2 rides after Magellan's, I believe. The first one was this Aztec-themed ride. That was the only ride that was a roller coaster and had one single inversion. Ooh! Very spooky, scary. And it had some great theming to it too. But Kana was really scared of it, so she didn't go on it. So she decided to go to Soarin'. Because there's a Soarin' in Japan. And she was going to hold her place in the line. Because the line for Soarin' was longer than the line for this. So we would go on this and ride it and then find Kana in the line afterwards. So we ride this. It was super duper fun. Soryu was screaming like crazy. And like soaring over California. Now it's soaring over Japan, you idiot, obviously. Only one! And what's funny about it too is that like it's a very well engineered loop. So that like fits your 1 or 2 cookie diet. But it's 1 or 2 cookies every couple hours. Though I guess I only like to eat lunch and dinner. I don't know. I have a tiny chinchilla stomach, okay? I'm peckish. I mostly eat sticks and raisins and shit. Yum, pellets. Pellets. I fucking love pellets. But anyway, this loop is really well engineered because it'll like shoot you into the loop and then right as it gets to the top it slows and you get a little hang time. You get hang time and then you zip back down. It's a really fun loop. I loved it. This is such a great little ride. But that's what it is. It's a little roller coaster. And everyone was like acting like it was like intense, crazy, insane roller coaster. Which was a little bit funny, but I still had a lot of fun on it. And then we went over to Soarin'. And Soarin' was really interesting. And this is what I mean about like the whimsy of the park. Like it's not called Soarin' over Japan. Although there is it's the exact same visuals as Soarin' in Japan and also not Japan, California and Florida. And what's funny is that I asked Soryu like, oh, what do they spray out when you go over Japan? And she was like, what? What do you mean? And I was like, they spray out smells when you go over certain parts of the world in Soarin'. Like when you go over the water, they smell like a fancy water smell. When you go over the Sahara, it's like a grass smell. And they finally noticed it on that one. They were like, whoa, the smells. Also, they don't put out a smell over Japan. I'm pretty sure they do for California and Disney World though. They do an orange smell. What's weird is that I'm pretty sure that California is the orange state, right? So that's where they put out a little orange smell when you're going over the orchards in California. Yeah, orange groves. But then I'm pretty sure that there's orange places in Florida too. That's why Orange Bird is there. Yeah, but Florida has oranges too, so it actually worked itself out pretty well. But yeah, there's no funny smell for Japan, unfortunately. But the thing with Soarin' is that it's themed after this woman who is like an insane inventor, and the queue is so funny because it's like all these like fake newspaper clippings and like awards and fake historical events that are slightly changed so that like people are like entranced by the ability of flight. It's all themed after like birds and flight and the human ambition towards the skies and the open skies and all that sort of thing. And there's like this fake woman that invented this like flying thing that it's like a Victorian woman that allows you to fly into the sky to experience the sights of the world. And so it has this like heavy whimsical theming that's completely nonsensical. It's just like give the queue like a bit of fun, because in America it's like you're about to embark on an adventure of epic proportions. The fucking Joe from Family Guy talks to you in the queue. Whereas in this one, it's like totally different. It's like a woman that like comes alive from a painting, and she's like, the majesty of the skies. You can experience it using my doohickey thingamabob to fly in the skies. For the first time ever, humans can take flight. And I don't know, I just thought that was just, it's silly. Oh, whoops. It's silly, but it's so much fun. And it's the exact same ride. It's the exact same ride, just like themed completely differently. So it is still Soarin', it's just like very steampunk. It's It's cool. It's cool what they did with it. And another thing, well, Sayuan for you, you're so fun. Thank you for sharing. Well, thank you, Shiny Doggy. Welcome. Another thing, and I'm telling you guys this in good conscience, you can't abuse this, okay? You can't abuse this. I was a little bit surprised by this when we first walked into the park because Kana was saving our spot in line to get into the park in the morning, but she did it again in Soarin'. It's a thing in the Japanese parks where somebody can get in line and wait in line, and then you can come back and visit them later. And that's just like perfectly allowed. And what I mean by that is Kana got in line and got like halfway through the line, and then we finished up on the other ride and then walked over, and then Soryu told the cast attendant, like, our friend is holding our spot in line, can we go find her? And they were like, oh yeah, for sure, just give us a second. It's like a total honor system that like you don't go and abuse it. Isn't that crazy? Because I was like, that shit is not allowed. They do not fucking let that fly. They're like, oh, your friend's in line that's halfway through. They've been waiting here for 45 minutes to an hour. Yeah, fuck you. Get in line. I mean, they won't say it like that, but like, that's gonna piss everybody else in line off. And I'm sure it does in Japan too, but like, nobody said a peep of like, wait, they're just allowed to skip the line? Because yeah, you just are allowed to skip the line. It happens so often that people don't abuse it, that they do let people use it. But you were literally abusing it? That's not what, using it doesn't mean abusing it. It's using and abusing. I was simply using it. That's not an abuse of the line. Like, oh, I had to step out of line and we use it in a very genuine way. We use it one single time during the day and that's it. Abusing it would being like, oh, our friend's in line, that's them, and then pointing to a random person and then just skipping into the front of the line. Or like being like, oh, go to this next ride and get in line so we can skip to the front of the line, and then jumping there and then going like, oh, go to this ride and then you wait in line, and then once your friend's done on this ride, then you can go and skip to the line with them in the other ride. Like, that would be abusing it. Is cutting always okay or not? It is okay. But I don't even think it's cutting. It's like, it's just that like, it's a different standard of like, it genuinely counted as her spot in line, counted for all of our spots in line. Even if the other people behind her didn't know that there was like a few other people in her party, you just are allowed to join them. Because it's not cutting, we were just joining her in line where she was. It's like, I guess they counted by like party and not individual, you know? But yeah, that being said, it wasn't abuse. It was use of the system that we were allowed to use. And I didn't suggest it, okay? And in a perfect world, one person gets one of those passes a day. And nobody abuses it. I mean, in a way, Japanese people love to be in lines. They love to queue up and stuff. So it's sort of like a ride in and of itself. And that's part of why like the queues are actually so like highly decorated and stuff, because you do end up having to like stand in line for a long ass time. If it happens too often, they'll make a rule against it, I guess. Also, that being said, when we went up to the people, went up to the front person at Soarin', like, hey, our friend's in line, she's holding our spot, can we go find her? Somebody else was doing the same thing. They were like, my sister's in line and I want to go join her. And they were like, oh, okay, come with us. And then they bring you inside and they say, do you see your friend? And then you go like, oh, she's right there. And then they like bring you into the fast pass lane and they go like, here's your friend, have a good ride. Like, it wasn't just like a, ugh, fine, this one time is allowed. It was like, this is a genuine thing you can do. And if it gets abused, they're probably not going to let it happen anymore. And it just doesn't get abused because everybody only ever uses it in moderation, if at all. It's so interesting. I was like shocked by that. I was like, it didn't even cross my mind until we were there, where we're like, fuck, they're never gonna let us like go that far ahead in line. But no, like, it's just allowed. But don't abuse it, okay? You're not allowed to abuse it. No line skipping. It has to be like you're meeting somebody in line, you're doing something else. And it was an effective use of our time, because I was actively like falling asleep while standing up at this point in time. Because I was tired. Not only was I still jet lagged, but I was just tired in general. Anyway, look at this cool lamppost. The lampposts were just all the theming was just so cool. She's like the Japan meme, cutting in America, rah, what freedom. Cutting in Japan, ah, sweet, Asian trust customs, wow. I mean, the only reason why I wouldn't like it in America is because it would get abused. People already bitch about the fast pass system, and that isn't cutting. You know? We do that here. You do? Dang. Just America, huh? When you skip ahead in line, just in... sorry, stretch. When you skip ahead using the fast pass, sometimes people heckle you at Disney. So yeah, I don't think it would like fly so well. I mean, I would be fine if it was like one time out of my entire day in waiting in lines, some people cut ahead because their friend was in line. I can handle that. And I think that's the logic behind it. Like, that makes perfect sense to me. If it was like one single time during the entire day that's what happened to you. But that's not what would happen if you allowed it in other places, is what I'm trying to say. Thank you for following the picker. Welcome! Hypnotize me. Hello. And then, after that, we got the little green men. That was like the final meal in the park. And then we left because we were tired. Well, I was tired. And this is the picture we took in front of the globe. Yay! Can you tell which one is me? Wait, I think I gave too many spoilers. You can probably tell which one is me. Wow! Second one from the left. In the pink. How did you know? Pink piglet. I know I gave you too many. Too many hints. The tall one. If it was the tall one, it could be the one on the far right too. IDK, maybe Onechan is taller. Maybe. Who's to say? But yep, that was the end of the Disney Sea Day. We were supposed to get dinner somewhere, but like I was really pooped. And what ended up happening is that we went to a karaoke place only for an hour, which I'm sad about, but I was just so exhausted because it was kind of a hike to get back to Akihabara. Ghost from the Ring. No, that's at Universal Studios. They get all the scary shit right now because of Halloween Horror Nights. Why no Blur and the Baby? I don't know that fucking baby. I blurred out the important people, okay? Maybe someday that baby will amount to something, but currently he is nothing. I went to Disney Sea around this time of year when I got tired because it was freezing cold. I want to draw this picture, including the blur. Yeah, I didn't blur out any of the people that like I didn't know. That's the hint. Dogging on babies at Disney is crazy. This is a couple park only. I was that baby. This isn't respectful at all. I expected better. Yeah, fuck you. Fuck you, baby. The Rizzler is cooler than you. Do you tell us who's in what position? Nope. You guys can just guess it. But that was was the end. We went to karaoke only for an hour, which I'm sad about, but I was very, very exhausted because it was like an hour to Akihabara, and I still needed a shower, and I was just exhausted, and it was like 11 by the time we got back, and someday we got a karaoke for a long, long time, for an even longer time. But that was it for our Disney day with Soryu and Kana. And then next up, Shibuya Halloween. But it is 1 a.m. right now, and my voice is starting to hurt. And I am only on slide 37 out of 114. So next stream that I do recapping this, I don't know if the next stream I'm gonna do is a recap stream. You guys, I can't shut the fuck up. I can't even groan without my voice hurting. Shibuya Halloween! This is probably not a great one to start on next time because this was a pretty uneventful day despite it being an important day. You guys will find out later. Maybe we'll get to some, but that means we'll end on a high note for the next stream because Shibuya Halloween was a low. It was like an epic high of Disney Sea and then like an epic low of Shibuya Halloween. So she can't yap fast enough. I just have too many things to talk about. But I got through a lot of tangents today, thankfully. I got through a lot. Hopefully, next time, I'll get through everything. But that's it for today. I will be putting out my schedule for the week, hopefully soon. I still gotta figure out when I will do what. But I really want to get through Japan this week so that I can finally get to playing other shit. I'll probably have to speed through the rest. I'll give you guys all the actual critical information. I'm not sure there's gonna be so much information, especially when we get to the second week, because I had to work at night, and so during the day I slept pretty late in the mornings, and then stuff closes at around 6-7 p.m. So I only had about like 6 hours to do stuff each day, and then because I started to work at the racetrack remotely overnight, I kind of didn't get that much done during the second week, so I think that'll go a lot faster. It'll be a little bit more uneventful, but it'll go a lot faster. We can finally just get the saga of Japan streams over. But until then, you should... Oops. You should follow me on Twitter. That's where I post when I'm offline. That's also where I post my schedule for the week. That's where my most updated schedule is and my schedule updates. So keep an eye out for that. It is going to be pinned to my Twitter. You can find that using !socials. And I also have a Discord. If you're interested in joining the Discord, the Pit Crew Paddock, you can use !Discord for that. Thank you guys so much for coming to my stream today. We're going to find somebody to raid. And I am wrapping up very fast because my throat hurts. And it's 1 a.m. and you guys got to get to sleep. What the heck? You guys stuck around so long today. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Let's see who to raid. I got here late. I'm sorry. I can't resist the call of my bed. It's so comfy. Bed. Ooh, I know who I'm gonna raid. We're gonna raid. Ooh, now I'm not too sure. Yeah, I'll raid them. We're gonna raid Buns. We're gonna raid Buns because Buns is drawing, and Buns is a really talented, cool artist, and she is also a Pit Crew member. And I think if I raid her, she'll feel guilty that she wasn't at my stream, and that'll be fun. So we should all go say hi to Buns. You can use my raid message. If you are a Pit Crew member, you can use the raid Pit Crew message, and if you are a sponsor, you can use the raid sponsor message. You're welcome for not having you post a broken emote in somebody else's chat and making you look like a dingus. But that's it for today. Like I said, my whole spiel, Discord, Twitter, etc., etc. Go get some sleep, or good morning, or go have a good meal, a breakfast or dinner or lunch. And that's that. I will see you guys again probably tomorrow. Well, today, I guess. My time. Keep an eye out. And we'll wrap up the Japan stuff this week and then get back to playing games. Hopefully Piglet's big game. And what else was I thinking? Piglet's big game. Probably more shovelware. Oh, I want to play Mint's Halloween game that I missed while I was in Japan because I'm in it. Ah, there's so much to do. But that's it for today. Goodbye. I love you. Bye bye.